What's up, guys? I'm almost ready to start my night shift, my first night shift of the 8-hour Banterthon marathon. But I can still hear Pepe Cuenca playing in the room next door, crushing people left and right. He just won against Lawrence Trent. It's gonna be a tough act to follow, because let's face it, I don't have that enthusiasm that he brings to the table for anything, really. People said he really put the banter in Banter Blitz. I'm gonna try to put the flagging in Banter Blitz. Let's see how that works. But I think I should wait, because we're all playing on the same account, which is called Banterthon. So make sure to challenge Banterthon. And if Banterthon starts 2 games at the same time, would look a little suspect. So let me tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna do like roughly 72 hours. As usual, we haven't really planned anything. We just thought, let's do another Banterthon session. That was fun last time, forgetting that we almost died and it really wasn't fun. But this time we brought in some more people. So we have Peter Svidler doing a session tomorrow. That's gonna be great. Then we have Niklas Huschenbeet, who happens to be in Hamburg, back from the States. He's gonna do a couple hours. Grandmaster Ilya Zaragatsky, Sopiko Guramishvili, and of course Pepe and myself. So we have a lot of guest stars, and you will have, or stars, they're really not guests, and you will have the chance to play a Grandmaster pretty much anytime you connect to Chess24 over the next 68 hours still. And people do enjoy this t-shirt, that's why I put it on. Let me show it off. Can I get rid of my name tag? You know who I am anyway. Let's face it. Maybe I can't. Hang on. Nope. You get the picture. It's a monkey thinking about a chess move. Pretty much what I'm gonna be doing all night, except for the thinking. That's not my thing. And yeah, people are asking for movie, TV show reviews. I'll be busy tonight though. This whole thing is an elaborate con of mine, this Banterthon, that I get a chance to watch basketball live. I get to watch Game 7 of the Warriors against Thunder, which starts, I believe, at 3 a.m. my time. And since I'm doing the night shift, I can watch it live and I don't have to show up to work early morning tomorrow. So that really is the plan. Is Pepe done? Pepe, you done over there? Okay, then let's keep it rolling and crush somebody, which is what we're here for, really. What about this dude? I should probably check who hasn't played and who has... Oh, why does this look all messed up? I just carefully designed it. It switched to... I can fix this. Watch me fix this. Boom! Now all we gotta fix is these colors, because all my market research has revealed that people enjoy this color more. And I think they enjoyed these pieces. So here we go, Mr. David with a bunch of ace. Let's crush you. How's Banterthon's rating? The one thing I regretted about last Banterthon, we worked a lot to get almost to 2900, and then we got crushed in the last hour by doing all kinds of madness, like blindfold, playing Fabiano Caruana, playing Lawrence Trent, and Fabiano Caruana didn't end well, so the goal is to end on a high note this time, because we all know that Chess24 ratings do matter. That's why I played the same-ish against David from Germany. Confused by the spelling. Maybe David with 1A was taken. We will never find out. Being asked if I'll play against Lawrence, I surely would, but I have a feeling that Lawrence is gonna wait till I'm tired. That's normally what he does. Like, he waits for a couple hours, then he's gonna come in at like 4 a.m. after he had a little nap and try to crush me. Not gonna be able to do it. So yeah, all of this stuff looks theoretical. Nah, who cares? Let's crush him. No, let's explain stuff. Normally I try to explain stuff. So it's one of the main lines of the same-ish. Knight c6, knight e5 is also a main line. Bishop e2. This, I'm not in time to put my knight on h1 since I haven't castled yet. So I'm gonna regroup it here and pretend that h5, h4 is weakening his position more than it helped it. The knight actually has some future on f1 and can go to d2 and maybe in the distant future to the c4 square. But I'm under the assumption that all of this stuff is well known still. Not that well known to me, I don't regularly play this image. We'll see where that takes us. It looks like we found ourselves in a bar fight here. The very first game. Come on guys, I need a couple hours to warm up and then I'll be tired, so I'll never be at peak performance. I did have a coffee nap before starting though. This is a new trick I learned. You drink a coffee as quickly as you can, and then you go to sleep. And then apparently the effect lasts much longer. So my plan is to be awake for like 18 hours straight. This guy is playing very good chess, which already greatly disappoints me. Maybe I should have thrown h3 to play f4, but I was a bit worried about knight h5 and problems on whatever these squares are called, dark squares. I think we call them the dark squares. I don't like my position, to be perfectly frank with you. This pawn on h3 scares me. I can never go f4 because of knight e4, and he's just gonna try to open the queen side to create a second front. He's gonna play rook b8. Or so I would if I were in his shoes, which I'm not. Because before you criticize somebody, try walking a mile in their shoes. That way, when you criticize them, you'll be a mile away and you'll have their shoes. So there's some wisdom for you guys out there. I wish I had the wisdom to know what to do. And this knight annoys me. I'll try to exchange it. Epinikion saying too much coffee and you will sleepy, Jan. Yeah, but normally sleepy I'm at my best. Except for being too sleepy. And no, I haven't had a coffee for like 3 hours now. That's the magic of the coffee nap. You don't need a coffee for a while. Still don't like my position all that much. He's still chipping away, preparing b5. It's always a big question here. If you want to go a5 or not, basically it comes down to after black inevitably goes b5, a b6, let's say rook b6. Is the b2 pawn weaker or is the a6 pawn weaker? And very often it is the b2 pawn. So not sure if that's a good idea. I could still fight b5 by playing like queen e2 or whatnot. But as I said, I don't like my position. Looks like black is much more coordinated. I haven't really made progress on either side of the board. If he just plays rook e8, don't really know what I'm doing. Anders 2400 says, I'm the world champion of jokes, but it's not really true. If you watch this show like more than twice, you'll see it's all the same jokes, Phipps Asmussen style. That's a reference no one, even in Germany, will get. But thank you. Looks like David is finally thinking. I seem tired already? What are you talking about? This is as hyped as I'm gonna get. It's just the change from Pepe I mentioned. It's a rude awakening for some players who thought chess was exciting watching Pepe. Now they're reminded that it's not chess that's exciting. It's Pepe Cuenca. Well, most chess players, they're bores like me. So how much self-deprecating can I get in? We still got, how much longer? I already did 13 minutes, so it's only 7 hours and I didn't pay much attention in math. 7 hours, 47 minutes left. So all the hard work is done. Still don't have anything against David, who's only 1800. I should be crushing him by now. What's going on there? But he's playing like a much, much stronger player. How can I try to hang around? Yeah, I really don't know what to do. Rook a3, I'm hinting at rook b3, but it doesn't do anything either. Big trouble. Sukire is saying I once brought a fork into the studio to use it for forking jokes. Nah, come on, I wouldn't forking do that. I'm sure the fork was here already. One of these messy people that also inhabit this studio must have left it. David's still playing very well. Yeah, I'm still clueless. I guess he wants to go f5. Don't you hate it when they play better chess than you? I can't stand it. But gonna live with it. Queen d2, another mediocre move after queen b4. The pressure is mounting. Oh, and more insults coming. You can actually focus on the game. Not planning to do that. Under pressure against David. Real big pressure. He's playing way too well. Losing material already? What's this bishop c3? That's surprising. Because you should never give up your dragon bishop or your king's Indian bishop unless you have a real good reason. Like, I'm not saying my position is great now, but that gives me some more potential, because I am a sucker for the two bishops. Now it looks like might have turned the corner a little bit. Gimme. Pawn up, two bishops, up on the clock. All of a sudden, this is Banter Blitz how it should be. Me pretending to be in big trouble, then easily winning. Not sure. Is that how it should be? Where's Pepe? I'm wondering if he left already or if he's lurking out there. He probably left because he has to be back at 6 in the morning. So he should get some sleep in as well. I'll pin the dude. No. I'll go back. He unpins. Who saw that coming? Yeah, I'm still not at peak meanness, but I do this usual thing where first I whine and get very scared, and then once I get a small edge, I become completely convinced I'm gonna win, and I stop paying attention to the game, and then I mess up, and then rinse and repeat. I'm not sure rook b2 is that much of a threat, because he would also drop the d6 pawn, which strikes me as the heart of his position. So I will allow this to happen. Yeah, this has to be winning. Felix misses Pepe. Yeah, sorry. He's gonna be gone all night, so you better go to sleep, Felix, and then come back tomorrow at 6 in the morning when he's gonna be back. But even in Pepe's absence, we will crush David, because finally he gave me a rook, and I do enjoy free rooks. Thanks, David, for the game. He played excellently the first couple of moves. I wasn't being facetious when I said I thought he was outplaying me, because he had this pawn. It was very hard to get in f4. In such a position, normally it's easier to play with black. I'm not sure where he lost the thread. At some point, queen b4 looks normal as well. Should have won. Maybe at some point he should get in f5 to spice it up. There's a question about the timetable. I believe it was on the latest Shumkier article. If you check the latest news article, it should be in there. It's subject to changes as usual. But check that out. I'm sure tomorrow we're also gonna publish an article to praise all our Banter Blitz achievements with the schedule and all that stuff. In general, I'm doing the night shifts. Peter Svidler is tomorrow afternoon. Pep is doing the early morning shifts, and we have a lot of guest stars during the day, like Sopiko, Niklas, Ilya, maybe some even more special guests are in plan. In plan? A lot of action. Who's next? Let's play someone ridiculously strong. And 3-minute game. These strong guys, they always like to challenge to 3-minute games so they can flag me while I'm talking. Very mean. Something's going on here. Let me do that. Here's Mr. Lukaku. So, who is that dude? We will never know. German dude. Plays the Juco piano. Current fashion, apparently. A lot of people are into the Juco piano now. Mainly because they're tired of... the Berlin is my main theory. But it has established itself as kind of a playable line. Rook e1. Is there a problem with castles? I'm never sure if I should go h6 first or castles first. I change my mind like every 2 minutes if I consider bishop g5 a nuisance or not. But yeah, this is one of the old main lines of the Juco piano. Not the most exciting position in the whole wild world, to be completely honest with you. But it's of course possible. Playable. Bye, Pepe. I'll see you tomorrow morning. No fun involved in this thing. Not sure what's theory here. Normally, yeah, it's about the timing of when you want to take on b3, if white wants to avoid it by going bishop c2, respective timings of d4, and what's the other thing called? d5. Well, white looks like he's going for the brute force approach, trying to checkmate me. Go put a knight on f5, go queen f3, I'd hope it's checkmate, but normally, in my experience, it's not checkmate. Let's hope I can prove that. This is one typical defensive setup. You go knight g8 and then you go g6, kicking out the knight from f5. And yeah, it's not that easy to checkmate black here. Or at least that's my hope. Let's see if Lukaku convinces me differently. The problem is I'm not exactly winning if I avoid getting checkmated. But maybe I can find time to grab this pawn. I really like grabbing pawns. Knight h5, he's going for it. And I already did blunder. Oh, just as I was being full of myself, I missed knight g7. Not warmed up yet. Boy, that's just sad. Should not miss such things. Okay, I'll grab a pawn to at least pretend I have something for my sufferings. But yeah, that was uncalled for. So what's going on? I have one pawn for the exchange, which is not quite enough. The queen on f6 is too strong, so I have to offer an exchange of queens. But it also should not be so easy to win this position. I have a very solid structure, and I do have one pawn. So not all hope is lost, even though I will readily admit that this was not planned at all. I just blundered knight g7. He keeps playing well, which is also very unfortunate. Going for the kill. Maybe he'll just kill me. Want to go knight d5, but then gf and fe is just winning. So not gonna be able to do that. King f6. It's all very, very bad. Very sad too. So easy. Hang on, can I do better? Maybe this gives... Oh! Yeah, this is just lost now. Without the rooks, there is not a lot of hope. I'll hang in there a bit, but... he keeps the rooks on the board. Should also win, but I'm surprised by that. Because I instantly blunder my knight expertly. This is just sad. Sad display. Yeah, these pawns are nowhere near fast enough to be any threat. I'll still push them up the board. Hope for the best. Promise. The best is not very good. Oh, didn't expect that one, but it's good enough. And yeah, he has 20 seconds. That should be plenty. Good game, Lukaku, and sad game by me, because while I was explaining all my expert strategic defense plans, I completely blundered knight h5 with this fork on g7, which really shouldn't happen. I guess what you're supposed to do is exchange one of these knights, do something like this. And now this stuff works. Knight g8 followed by g6. So off to a bad start. But what to do? Keep hanging in there. Good news is it's only 7 hours and a half left. Let's play Ikke auch. A lot of comparisons between me and Pepe, but you're gonna have to deal with both of us, so get used to it, guys. Or just watch whomever you like. But you're not gonna start a Chess24 feud. I'm actually fond of Pepe. I dislike most people, but I think Pepe is a good guy. and does great shows. Here I played the Nimzo Indian and I played a setup with d5 followed by b6 because it's a little more exciting than going for the early c5, cd4 stuff, which can lead to kind of dry positions. But of course white has a very, very solid position. Here I guess the normal way to play would be to take on c3, but I like bishops too much. I just can't get myself to do it, which is why I don't play the Nimzo Indian that often, because it normally involves bishop takes c3. And I like keeping my bishops. Now the position is more akin, is that a word? To, I don't even know what, Queen's Gambit accepted, or a lot of these Vienna-like positions, which I play a lot. We have this symmetrical pawn structure, all the D and C pawns disappear. But that doesn't mean the position is necessarily drawish, it's more about active piece play here. Queen c2 looks like a step in the wrong direction because it, first of all, allows me to take a bishop, but even more importantly, I can pin him and he has to move the queen again, which should bode well for me. No. As I said, I just can't resist taking bishops. It's my one weakness, chocolate and bishops. Nah, I have more weaknesses, like missing knight forks. But here it feels like there should be something. After gf, bishop h2, for example, his queen would be a little unprotected. Therefore, he moves the queen again, but this escalated quickly, just like the last game I lost. And this one didn't go well for Mr. Ich auch. It's probably from Berlin, right? That's how Berlin people talk. Means me too, just in a weird accent. Whom do we play next? Beautiful thing is, since we're gonna be doing this for a while, I believe almost every, or pretty much every premium member that sticks around will get a chance to play. I'm following my usual system of choosing randomly, preferring guys I haven't played, and by I mean Mr. Banterthon, because I can only keep track of whom Banterthon played against while I'm on this account. So I think everybody's gonna get a chance. But also if you played already, stick around. I'm not saying we're gonna do it all the time, and I'm not sure. Of course, I hope that all our premium members will show up and we'll even get new premium members. But if we don't, there's gonna be plenty of chances for everybody to play more than one game of chess and crush me like 2 games ago. Still not over it. And normally I steam for like 2 weeks about a loss, which might be too much. Here I played some strange Trompovsky against Anders 2400. I never fully understand the structure with the black pawn on e4. I guess he's probably alright if you can get in a quick knight c6 followed by e5. So I'm not sure c3 might actually have been a little slow. Maybe it was better to just castle, or knight d7 followed by e5, similar idea. I'll still castle and then keep the tension in the center should he go e5, which I'm expecting him to. But not so sure this is going well. Questions about how many t-shirts I have? No, I don't have that many t-shirts actually. I have a lot of dress shirts, because at some point when I was on this trip that now I'm this very serious grown-up commentator, I need a lot of dress shirts. So I stopped buying t-shirts and I threw away a lot of them. So I don't think I have that many. Queen b3, boring move. Maybe Queen d2 was better. No, I'm not at full banter strength yet. I'm feeling very, very weak. Therefore, good chance to crush me before I catch speed, which might never happen, but it could. Who knows? Anders 2400 is outplaying me already. This won't be much fun. It's a long night. Hope at least the Warriors will win, because I don't know why, but starting to put Oklahoma City on my list of teams to root against. It's just not beautiful basketball, even though they're so talented. And the motor both these guys, Durant and Westbrook, have is amazing. I don't want them to win. I'm also afraid that they would lose to the Cavs, which of course is the worst case scenario. As for the game, Anders is doing well. I'll offer a pawn on d4 because I don't think he can take it. If bishop d4, ed, queen d4, I can go rook d1 and bishop d6, and the bishop pair should get the job done. Knight c5 is a better move. I have to decide if I want to exchange queens or keep them with queen a3, for example. The problem is queen a3, just bishop d7, and I can't see how to make any progress really. So I'll take, but still not thrilled. This bishop on g7 is so strong. Okay, let's see if we can spice it up a little bit. Not sure if this works well, but I'm desperate to create some complications. Bishop takes b2, rook b1. No such luck. Bishop e6. Can I win an exchange? I really want to, but no, if I take, he takes with the knight. Still, nothing else to do. Why is everybody playing so well? Always saddens me greatly to get outplayed. But what to do? Now knight c5, and I might just be worse. Or rook c8, also a good move. Things are not going according to plan at all. How can I change the trend? Not the Lawrence trend, the trend of the game. Given up trying to change the Lawrence trend. It's also going to be hard to change the trend of the game because he's just too active. My bishop was doing nothing on d6, so I thought I'd clear that square and hope to get in some knight d6 so for something good to happen. But it looks like for now I have to switch to defense. Promise he can take and go rook d2 when I have to go for the very awkward rook back to f1. But I couldn't say anything better. This bishop on g7 was just too unpleasant, while my bishop on d6 felt like fool's gold, really wasn't doing anything. Goes knight c5, he doesn't want rook d2. I guess I should seize the chance to block the d file, then put my knight on d4. Still don't really have anything, but it looks like at least I might not be worse anymore. He can go knight takes a4 when I can't take because of rook c1, but I can go rook b7 and then I should, yeah, have survived, but of course it's still a long way to go till getting an advantage. I'll try though. g4 is sort of a fake pretentious grandmaster move. In all these endgames you stop h5 and f5, you grab some extra space and you hope that the e4 square is going to be a little weak. So whenever you're the better side in an endgame like that, you want to keep an eye out for g4 moves. Rook e7, knight c5 doesn't seem to achieve anything yet. So I'll calmly grab a bit more space, see if that helps. Position should still be a draw, and not surprisingly, because Anders has played quite well, I guess I have to take this, because if I don't, then rook to the second rank was bothering me. But yeah, it's not much to do, it's just equal. I am a grandmaster, ladies and gentlemen, in case you've lost faith in grandmaster play watching my first outings. I'm not blaming you, but I promise, no, I don't promise to improve. Might even get worse. Here I'm trying to get to this pawn. I was hoping he would do this and knight f3. I have knight takes e4. So I'm just in time, and while the 3 against 2 should still be defendable, I believe now it's going to be suffering. Because night endgames aren't so easy with pawns on one side. 7 knight e5. If he plays king g7, puts the knight on c5, goes for a quick f5 or whatever. I don't think there's much I can do. Let's see. And yeah, it is Banter week. This thing is going to continue till Thursday. I can't do math. Thursday 6 p.m. Why is Anders giving me all his pawns? That seems like a bit of an overreaction, because the pawn endgame is winning, I'm reasonably sure. Pretty sure. Yeah, sorry, Anders 2400. It was a really good game by him. But then he gave me a chance with this. Really just 95. And now, while I'm already celebrating, as I should be winning. Not sure how though. Let's go check. Since the pawn ending is still winning, I can hopefully do this to make him put his pieces on more passive squares. And, well, as mentioned, this is lost. Therefore, Anders 2400 resigns after a very good game where, yeah, I was slightly worse for most of it than equal. And then he blundered with knight e5, which makes things a lot harder. Thanks, Anders. And now, knight f3 equal, knight takes e4, not that sure. If I'm saying things you can't understand, it's normally because I'm reacting to something I read in the chat, which might get a bit confusing here and there. I'll play against Mr. Charles Goffey. Felix 13's still missing Pepe, but it looks like he's come around to accepting me a little bit. He says, please make a show with Pepe next time. So that's progress. Maybe we'll be friends at the end of the night, Felix. But let's give Pepe a bit of sleep. Poor guy has the morning shift. He just did 4 hours, then he's gonna be here tomorrow morning from 6 a.m. till, I don't even know, 1 p.m., something like that. So give him a chance to sleep, Felix. You'll have a lot of Pepe over the next 72 hours. I'm trying to deal with Charles Goffey here, who's playing a little goofy in the opening. All this e3 combined with g3 normally is not a great idea. I'll try to punish him for it by going d4 before he gets to play d2, d4 himself. Solvak's complaining about the 3000 rating, but it's not my account. It's Mr. Banterthon, whom we used for the last Banter Marathon, where we messed up the rating during the last 2 hours. So stay tuned. Just give us like 60 hours, and I'm optimistic Banterthon will gain in strength greatly. Not the way I'm playing, though. Knight ce2. Charles Goffey, you're not developing all your pieces. Look at me, I got crushed, or almost crushed by Anders, who's 1900, so I chose a 1500, and now I'm being all smug again, like criticizing him for his lack of chess culture. It's gonna be a long night for all of us. ED, not sure. Knight takes d4 might have been stronger, but I don't want to make his life easier by exchanging this knight from e2. Therefore, I went for ed, but the problem is now the structure is fixed and he can develop with knight f3 and short castle. So I'll try to ask some questions before that happens. Not quite sure how to get that done, to be honest. No. Nah. What? I can't castle? Castling is illegal? Should I centralize? Like not my pieces, but myself. A3. I'll continue in cheapo mode. Knight on the rim is dim, as we all know, and this might not have been a great move, but I feel a moral responsibility to punish him for his early e3 and knight e2. So I wanna pose problems before he gets to go knight f3, followed by castles. Now knight b3 is a threat, can be parried by queen b4, which looks like a pretty decent move. And after queen b4, I'm gonna have to figure out what to do. I was intending to go knight d5, but then queen b5, I'm not so sure. Queen d1. I should make sure something lands on b3. Doesn't win the game, but keeps my initiative going, hopefully. For example, knight f3, knight to b3, hitting the rook, rook b1, queen a5 check, and sailing won't be so smooth. Yeah, I still haven't seen X-Men. I read some more reviews and I was trying to get it in there, but people seem to say it's really, really bad. And I guess I'll still see it because I see every one of these dumb superhero movies. Like, I think the rise of Marvel is mainly because of me going to watch every single one of them, but it didn't sound very exciting. I haven't been to the movies for a while now. What's the last I've seen? Probably whatever the latest Captain America is called, Civil War. And here comes the punishment, which I was trying to manufacture for a while to use my initiative before I managed to castle. Now I can take on b1. I'll have a look around if there's something even greedier to do. But nah, it looks good enough. Get rid of this knight as well before it makes it to f4. And it looks like I'm material up and his pieces are very uncoordinated. So the end is near. That pull is good, yeah. I have not seen the Magnus Carlsen movie. I was told by people who have seen it that it's very good though. No clue what it's about, but I heard it's pretty good. Queen d1. Can I win material somehow? I really want to, but looks like not there yet. He still has bishop f1. Everything is protected for now. But of course, white's position is pretty bad, both on the material front and on the activity front. Let's come closer. If this queen could move like both a queen and a knight, this would be checkmate. But unfortunately it can't. It can only move like a queen. Ant-Man is also decent, I do agree. Looks like the chat has similar superhero movie tastes. But I think most people agree on that. The problem with all these new Marvel movies is that they're being hyped too much. Like I've talked about, this Civil War had, whatever, 94% on Rotten Tomatoes. So you're going in there thinking this is the greatest masterpiece since, I was gonna say Citizen Kane, but I didn't understand Citizen Kane, so let's say, so you start thinking this is Marvel's The Godfather. And then you watch it and it's a bunch of goofy superheroes with a dumb story, fighting each other with good banter, good jokes. Like, I absolutely enjoy it, but it's not what you think you would get while you're reading these reviews. Don't get me wrong, it's a good movie, as I said. Batman Superman was terrible, but this new Civil War was good, and The Winter Soldier was also good. But reading the reviews for The Winter Soldier, you think this is, yeah, whatever, 3 Days of the Condor, or one of these big classics. And it's really not. It's still superheroes in funny suits fighting each other. So Charles Goffey resigned because his knight is trapped on d1. Yeah, his opening didn't go so well. This knight c3, so far so good, but here you gotta go d4. This e3 and then knight ce2. He was already under pressure. I don't think I played particularly well, but I managed to keep the fire burning. And look at me, praising myself for winning a game against 1500. That's what it's come to. Let's play against Bärenstarker, who's 2300. see what he wants to do. He goes d4. I shall keep the symmetry. He goes c4. You know what? Let's play the Slav. I don't normally play the Slav. And I tend to put a pawn on e6 before putting it on c6, also to rule out all kinds of cd5 surprises. But I've done it quite a bit, so I have some Slav background. Bishop f5, b3. That's not a very common move, to put it mildly. Nothing wrong with it. With white you can do whatever you like. But knight c3, e6, knight h4 is a lot more challenging. So I'll just get my pieces out and see what happens. One question I always ask myself in these situations is, when is it time to throw in h6 to keep this bishop alive on the long diagonal? But I'll play a weirder move, which I might regret, but right now I like it because queen b8, it stops knight e5, which I thought might have been part of his plan, the way he arranged his pieces, and it also stops knight h4 because of bishop takes h2. Of course, the drawback is the queen is not all that active on b8, but I felt like it might mess with his natural development, and I still have a bunch of useful moves to make. So, not sure it was genius, but it did have an idea. Now, I thought it was tough for white to keep improving his position, and you can see he goes knight b1 back, because it's hard to do anything useful, which means my little experiment seems to have been a success. Not sure how to proceed. I was thinking about b5, but it looks a little excessive after he takes a knight c3. Feels like I generated more weaknesses for myself than for him. Whoa, he gives me a pawn? I thought he had to go rook takes. You know I like pawns, Bärenstarker. Maybe he calculated that he's getting the pawn back, but I can't see that, at least not so quickly. Looks like he can. Kudos to him. Maybe I got too excited. All right, you get the pawn back. But I will still put some pressure, hopefully. My point is, after queen d6, queen e7, now he should take on b4, or I guess that's what he's going to do. Then I have b6, and he's not in time to reinforce his pawn chain by going b4. So I thought I could still keep some candles burning and have a bit of an initiative. Nothing drastic, but looked like the best thing to do under the circumstances. Queen c3. Is he finally giving me a pawn? Stop playing with my feelings, Bärenstarker. You know I really want that pawn. So stop offering it if you're not intending to give it to me. Bit of a tactical wizard. He keeps giving up that pawn and then getting it back. So mean. But yeah, looks like once again he found a way to use tactics to not get into big trouble. Kudos to him. I have a feeling, but this might be once again a wrong feeling. I'm really not sure. I have a feeling I have to get rid of this knight because it's potentially stronger than my bishop, which could be a bit of a spectator down the stretch. Not sure. I have a feeling. I'm saying I have a feeling too much. Some pointless moves, especially queen f4 was really pointless. I want to go queen g5, then I changed my mind for whatever reason and it ended up here. But it doesn't have all that much to do there. Pre-move. Probably bad, but a pre-move. Once again, my greed is taking over. Can I finally win a pawn? I really want to. I've also been slow, but now I'm getting my pawn. But I've played this badly. The excitement about this pawn got the best of me. And I gave him counterplay. Still, if anybody's better, it's black. So not all hope is lost. But certainly time to speed up and time to play better. My plan is knight e4, knight c3. That's a pretty simple-minded plan. I was trying to calculate king e3, knight c3, if king d4, knight d1. Looks like I'm winning, or at least I was hoping so. Well, if rook d2, this bishop is dropping, so I thought it's probably winning, and the best he can do is king e3, knight c3, bishop f7, king f7, rook takes d2, which should also be winning. Okay, one. That should not work at all. Once you manage to pose a threat, life becomes so much easier. Tough fight against Bärenstarker, who was very resourceful, but then finally he gave me a pawn, really lifting my spirits greatly. Mr. Saiban. Where's Saiban from? Another German dude? Looks like the Germans are still awake. Gotta stick around for the Americans to wake up and hopefully watch basketball with me. That's what I'm most excited about tonight. Not that I don't like playing you guys, I do, as long as I'm crushing you. But I really need the Warriors to win against OKC. He goes for a system which is popular nowadays. All kinds of London system variations have crept up at the highest levels of chess. I still, don't think this is such a good version because I haven't played knight f6 yet. Therefore, I can get an e5 very quickly, hitting this bishop, which should allow me to make it out of the opening without any big troubles. But with white, you can take some liberties, as we know. Still, he already has to pay some attention, because bishop g3, e4 might yield me material. But believe it or not, I'm not gonna do it, because e4, bishop b2, knight bd2. Feels like he will get excellent compensation. So I will resist the temptation and just continue developing. Go queen e7, threatening e4 now for real. And if he parries it with, let's say, knight c3, I'll just go knight f6. Have a comfortable position, but managed to not succumb to my greed here and go e4 immediately. Very out of character. Oh, Anders 2400, did I say you're German? Apologies, I call everybody German. I thought you had a German flag. He's from Trinidad and Tobago. I've never been there, but I'd love to go. Whenever you guys have any chess tournaments over there in the Caribbean, or even if you don't have any chess tournaments, let me know and I'd be excited to come over. Bishop h4, queen b4 check, c3. Now, once again, I'll behave and just develop pieces like a normal person, not trying to grab pawns just yet. I will grab that piece if he allows me to get e5, e4 in, but I have a feeling he won't. Keeps teasing me with this queen b4 check stuff. How long can I resist? Nah, stick to the game plan. Develop pieces. Don't take anything. Don't go too crazy. C3, and now let's just grab some space. He gets the d4 square, but it might not be forever. I can kick this knight with c5. I can also pin it. Probably shouldn't have pinned it. Knight d2 helps him more than rook d8 helps me. That was a dumb move. But my point still stands that this knight on d4 is not eternal. And now after queen b3, I'm gaining a lot of time for my development. So he's on the eve of disaster. Even though he won't believe. What song is that? Who are these dudes? Some one-hit wonder, right? I know nothing about music. All I know is hip-hop, but normal music is probably my weakest area of pop culture education. Let's keep asking tough questions, Saiban. Because if you take this, all of a sudden, the knight on c2 is due. Yeah, that didn't go well. Once again goes to show you, gotta get your pieces out, castle, before embarking on any adventures. Still, just as I was celebrating, I spotted knight d4, which keeps the knight alive because I can't take because of queen e7. My point still stands, the position must be almost winning, but I'm not at my sharpest. Trying to finish this off, but I can't see any punishment yet. Why is my alarm going? I said it earlier during my coffee nap. It should not be going now. Okay, alarm, why are you ringing? Sorry, got distracted there for a moment. Not sure you noticed. I'm annoyed I can't see a way to end this game quickly. End this game. But I can't, so I'll just play moves and hope that my extra piece gets the job done eventually. Lord of Weasels has to go to sleep. Yeah. We all gotta sleep at some point. But I'll do my best to play everybody during the course of, well, these 72 hours, these 24 of mine. So don't worry about that. And the usual policy. You don't have to tell me, because I'm expecting all the challengers want to play me. Except Felix, who wants to play Pepe. No, but seriously, there's gonna be a chance for everybody to get his game during this very long Banterthon. I haven't played very well, but piece is a piece, as we say in the North. Speaking of the North, I've seen the latest Game of Thrones episode today. Yeah. It was a bit boring, wasn't it? I don't have a follow-up, it's just an observation. Screw around a bit here. Now I'm gonna pick up another exchange, if I'm not mistaken. which should increase my material lead to 5 points. That's how I view chess. Like right now I'm 3 points up because I have an extra piece for no pawns. So if I win another 2 points, then I'll be 5 points up. Normally 5 points do the trick. Therefore Saiban resigns. Thanks Saiban. People are yelling no spoilers. Alright, I won't spoil episode 6. I think if it's like a week ago, then you're allowed to spoil. But since this was only a day ago, I shall not spoil. I'll play against Vagelis Kostopoulos, 25-41. The way I've been playing so far, I do feel like a big underdog in this matchup. But I'll still try. Good old rule up is, oh, he takes. He's one of those. And I think we had a game last time where, or on one of my Banter Blitz shows where I went 97, then got a borderline lost position. And I think he missed mate in 1 or something. This is a line which I've also played and recommended in the past. It's a little more solid than the stuff I played last game with knight e7, but it's less exciting too, I have to admit. Bishop d7. What Black wants to do is go bishop e7, which looks strange, looks counterintuitive, because you're supposed to have the 2 bishops. But actually the best move for white is the one he plays, to not exchange the bishop pair, but to go bishop e3 and play this position, where I'm sure I have some old analysis, but I can't remember a single thing. I do recall ideas with knight h6, keeping the option of going f5 open, as opposed to knight f6, where you can't go f5. But that's the extent of my knowledge. I'm not sure where to put my king. I think I'll go here and then go for a quick c5, f5, or for an immediate f5. Not sure this is how we do it, or how we're supposed to do it. I'm thinking about rook ad1, which looks very natural. Then I was wondering if queen g6, bishop h6, gh, if I can get away with that, but I guess not because of what's called wherever ef5. So have I bungled it already, or is this still a position? Might have bungled it again. Really not in shape yet. Won't get any better either. So get used to the whining. What's this threat? If I just go fe4, probably just knight f5. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't trust it. But I can't think of anything else. If knight f5, I might be tempted to take. I'm not sure how good that is, but I might do it. Is it enough though? Knight f5, knight takes, rook d6, bishop d6, knight e4. Doesn't look like enough. C d6. Yeah, it doesn't feel enough. Sad, sad. So I'll go here and be worse. But hopefully live to fight another day. If knight h6, gh, bishop d4, I did have bishop c5. That was not a blunder for a change. But now I'm just slightly worse. Bishop g5 is a threat, so I guess I have to go here. Getting outplayed left and right. Queen f2. He's dreaming of a world where I get checkmated after queen to a7. That world might very well exist. Still, let's try to avoid it for now. Because I'm not sure bishop g5, knight g5, queen a7, stuff like that might have been a threat already. Still, don't like my position one bit, but at least I didn't want to give him any easy wins. Now I have a feeling knight c5 was the wrong direction. My position might still be slightly worse, but it's not so bad anymore. Because as far as I can tell, there's nothing direct, and he panics. See? All you need is a change of trend and people will panic. Or blunder or whatever we want to call it, but now I'm winning because e3 is dropping. That's a pleasant surprise to lift Banterthon's morale. And yeah, Vagelis says, ouch, my apologies. I'm aware there was not a masterpiece. But what to do? He resigns. Who's next? Play against Schl. What kind of name is that? Sounds like another German dude. Schl. I don't know what that means. Even though German is my first language, I have no idea what that means. Welle is a wave. Schl? Let me Google it. Can I Google in some other window, or is it gonna mess up the screen? We'll find out. Goes 1 d4. I'll go knight f6. Knight c3. What's this called? Verisov? I normally trash it whenever somebody does against me, and then I don't know what to do about it. It just goes against things I believe in. To put this knight here, blocking the c2 pawn, doesn't feel right to me. f4, he's trying to combine it with some stonewall kind of setup. And he's white, so you can take all kinds of liberties, but it just doesn't feel right to me. Doesn't sit well with me. Anyway, wanted to look up Schl. Throw in a little check. And yeah, if he has to go c3, I was hoping this knight could turn out to be out of play. Not sure about cd. Knight e4 looked very tempting as well, but this looks good too. Now b5, I'm on winning material. Knight c6, queen c7. Can't see why not. Looks like it's a place. A lot of people are renting their house. Schl is probably a river. Ferienhaus Schl. Learned something new. Schlwellen.de. Maybe Schl is managing some holiday houses. Therefore, that's his handle. There's no Schl. What's that about? I'm watching a video as we speak here about holiday homes, Schl, which look very nice. So learned that, but my position also looks very nice, which is probably even more relevant to this course. He's trying to pretend like it was a sacrifice and you're getting compensation for the piece, but not gonna be able to do it. Because the bad knight, the knight on a4, the dark knight, still alive while the good knight is gone. Sort of a Harvey Dent situation. And yeah, I'm winning if I don't blunder my queen, which is always an option. But I'll do my very best to not give it up just yet. Queen d4. I'll try to keep him busy with this a4 situation. Now, No reason to exchange the lovely horsey on d5 for its retarded cousin. No offense, Mr. a4 knight. On a4, because I'll get that one eventually. Now. I don't see anything. He's going to go for rook e1 and try to manufacture some play. But I am 2 pieces up, which is a lot of material. Trying to add to my piece count here. If the queen goes somewhere, I'll pick up another one. And I can't see any tricks as mentioned. Yeah, Pepe went to get some sleep. He's gonna be back at 6 in the morning to keep the show going. So let's give him his well-deserved. How much can he get? He has to go home, which is probably like half an hour. Maybe you can get in like 6.5 hours of sleep. It won't be much more, and Schl is running out of material, therefore he resigns. I'll play against Frad. Frad? Je ne sais pas. From Sweden, apparently. Let's get the knight out. Where you at Frad? You're not around? Looks like he's not around. And I should probably stop reading the chat. Like, not for all times, but it looks so weird if I just stare into no man's land. So for now, I'll focus on this game against Frad. I'll put on my thinking position and play my most boring line, knight f3, c4, knight c3. Bishop b4, queen c2, trying to grab the 2 bishops with a3 without committing my d-pawn to any adventures. Looks like he wants to keep this bishop, and yeah, this is not a bad system actually, the c5, bishop a5, it's quite playable. I believe the main line is g3, but I prefer handling it this way. Not sure why. The bishop looks a bit funny on a5. I believe black normally goes for a quick d5, which I wanted to meet with knight to a4. Once again, not 100% sure why, but it looks like he's wasting some time with a6, which I'm not sure what that's about. So it's time to grab some space in the center. If he takes and goes d5, which he should, I have a couple interesting options. cd is one of them. And after knight d5, I would have some moves with tempo like bishop g5 or bishop d3. All of this trying to make use of the fact that the bishop on a5 is not ideally placed. f6, of course, is possible, and I'm not claiming I'm winning or anything, but I'm trying to milk something out of this bishop a5 position. f6 looks like the best move to me when I probably have to be humble and go bishop d2, and whatever, knight c7, and it feels like a playable position for both sides. Queen d7 feels risky. How can I punish that? Maybe I can't, but it feels wrong. Not sure about knight e4. Knight takes d5 was also quite tempting. Queen d5 and then some bishop c4 or rook d1 first. But I thought this was good. Oh yeah, This is asking some annoying questions, because I would like to keep this bishop on both diagonals, actually, on the one it's at and the other one. Because after bishop h4 I vacate the f4 square, which I don't really want to do. Well, it doesn't have a great square on this diagonal either. Probably a more aggressive player would come up with some bishop h6 magic here, or knight c5 magic, but I can't do it. Gonna be very humble. I'm not sure I like this decision. Bishop d2. Whoa, he refuses to exchange the bishops. That's a surprise. Okay, let's put this guy here. Rook d1 look good too. But normally it's a bit of an achievement in these isolated queen's pawn positions if you can get a knight to c5 that is hard to be challenged, because it really messes with black's coordination. Good. He's fighting against it, but I'll try to keep it in place. Not sure I've played this well. You can probably tell that, yeah. My experience with IQP positions, as the experts call them, is a little limited, but I still believe I should be better here. Unless I'm allowing some tactics like taking twice on b4, but I hope that does not work. Bishop c5 is, once again, unless there's tactics, which I should think about for a second. bc knight d4, knight d4, queen c5, is that his point? I guess that's his point, so maybe I have to go dc. Positionally both are good. I'm not sure bc was even more tempting, but I couldn't refute this knight d4 at first sight, and I don't have that much time left, so I decided to take the easy way out. So indecisive. Many good moves. Now I was clearly better, or I'm clearly better, but couldn't decide on what I want to do. Bishop d5, bishop c3, b5, queen e4. So many options, so little time. Story of Blitz chess. d7 is really daring me to expand further. Who can turn down such a polite invitation to grab space? I prefer grabbing pawns, but space is the next best thing. g6 is still hanging around. Trying to speed up a bit. Whoa, you allow me to h7? This can't work, but once again, not at my sharpest and all that. So I hope this is a good way to deal with it. My pawn is queen e5, rook e1, threatening, well, if the queen moves, queen h8, checkmate. Well, right now knight takes d7, check is a pretty serious threat too. That is legal. Maybe the battle is still not over indeed. He does pick up quite a bit of material. I believe I should be close to winning because of the weak king. But frankly, I miscounted. I thought this was done deal. I guess now it is, but... Yep, some adventures. But this pin is very unpleasant because e5 is also hanging. He's gonna have to go knight d3, but then something has to give. And Frad resigns. After knight d3 actually can't see a forced win, but there has to be one. So yeah, I had the feeling I was better out of the opening, but then a lot of whining basically. Let's play against Saba, whose name I keep mispronouncing, but that won't stop me from crushing him. I think it's Saba. He told me, but I will never find out how to do it correctly. Or I will find out, and then I'll forget goldfish style. So apologies for that. I'm playing the Grunfeld defense, which, yeah, is an opening I sometimes play. Queen a4 check, not sure. Queen d7, bishop d7, and knight d7 are all legit here, as far as I know. Probably knight d7 is the best, because bishop d7, yeah, queen a3 is a problem. Saba, big expert here. Queen b3, c5, but this stuff, I believe, is supposed to be a bit better for white. I don't like my position. Already out of the opening, being put under tremendous pressure here by Mr. Saba. But what can you do? Problem is it's not so easy to get in c5, and this bishop on d7 is a bit misplaced, which I believe is the reason why experts like Peter Svidler probably recommend the move knight d7 in their video series. No, I'm just worse, but such is life sometimes. Not often for me, because I used to be pretty good in openings, but sometimes it happens, and it happens a little more often than it used to, which is worrying. Then again, I don't spend that much time studying openings as I used to, so I guess it's only natural. I didn't mean for this show to get so self-conscious so quickly, but I guess I can only tell you guys whatever goes through my head at any given time, which is not always much. Queen b3, I have a feeling I can afford to do something in the center before going b6 or knight a5. What am I doing? I'm playing terribly, sorry. This is what I was counting on, but e5, knight takes e5, and f7 is under attack. I all of a sudden got very scared of. Not sure if it was undue panic, but still missing a lot of simple things. This position, yeah, looks like a normal-ish Grunfeld structure again. I'll go here just to create some future ways for the knight, and so I don't have to worry about any queen a4. Drawback is it weakens some light squares, which Saba is quick to exploit with bishop b5. But I believe that doesn't do that much for him, so bishop b5 might actually have been a little rushed. Now I have some options. I could go c6, or I could go a6, force this bishop away. But I'm tempted to spice it up to go c6, see what happens. Trying to calculate DC if throwing in queen c5 or some other Zwischenzug. Zwischenzug made a lot of sense there, but I couldn't see any big gains, so I'll just recapture should he take. And yeah, structure changes a bit, so I thought it was spicing up the game and made it a little harder for him to play. I don't think I'm better. I have this slightly healthier structure, but the pawn on c3 controls some nice squares. Goes knight c4, which once again changes things. Might be a very good move. I hadn't seen that coming. Queen c5, knight takes a5. Then let's say cb5. The knight jumps into c6. Is good there, or is it empty square? Nah, I guess it's fine there. Yeah, good move. I'm gonna have to play it more straightforward, and now this bishop on d5 is very strong, so there's really no indicators for a black advantage here. Still, there is some potential because of this pawn. It's also potential to be worse because of this pawn. But I guess all I can do is keep making moves and hope for the best. Take this. Always so tempted to take pawns. I guess I can't. Queen b2. So I'll continue with my plan, which was really just to challenge this powerhouse of a bishop on d5 with this maneuver. Should we get an endgame, then this pawn can start being a factor. Rook e3 looks like it's just a blunder, frankly, because after f6, bishop h4. There are too many rooks on this diagonal. Sorry, Saba, was a very good game, but then went downhill fast. Who's next? Spooky. Sounds spooky. Probably is spooky. Has the scream mask as his avatar, or whatever we want to call this. The call is coming from inside the house. I like the first Scream movie. Even though I shouldn't think of horror movies while I'm sitting here in the middle of the night, all alone in our studio. Last time we did this, there was like a security guy who kept me company. First scared me to death, but then kept me company. He normally shows up around like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. So don't be surprised if there are spooky things happening. But looks like Spooky himself is not here, so give him 3 more seconds. And then wrap it up. 3, 2, 1, 0. Sorry, Spooky. Repeated questions about House of Cards in the chat. Now I stopped watching it after the Kate Mara character disappeared from the show. You can't just take Kate Mara off a show and expect me to keep watching. Back to T North, back to the north. That might be his name. D4, D5. I'll play it classically. Even though at some point I might start playing gambits and nonsense to keep you, no, not so much you, but myself entertained. Because we're in the length of a normal Banter Blitz session, so I'd be steaming if this was a normal Banter Blitz session, because I really haven't played well. But the good news is we still have 6.5 hours to go, so a lot of time to make it up. Here, this bishop b4 stuff, it's an interesting move. It's a hybrid between the Nimzo and the Ragozin. I've played it myself once or twice. Bishop g4 looks a little too direct. Knights before bishops. No, I didn't really do that. And no, back to north. You gotta keep those bishops, or I will take them. And you don't want that to happen. This game is over before it began. I'll continue in greedy mode. No real need for it, but why not take more things? Rook b8 doesn't work because of queen c6, c7 is on prise, c6 is on prise. So this is good news. By the way, I keep saying on prise. Is that a common expression for you English speakers? It means under attack or hanging. I'm just not sure if it's a normal thing to say. I guess it's French. I think it is. Or at least I must have it from somewhere, and I've certainly never read any French chess books, but I'm just curious, so let me know. Do people say en prise, or is that just pretentious? Yeah, sorry, back to north, this game. There's not much to say, it's lost since you gave me that lovely bishop. I'll just keep taking things. It was safer to just get rid of the queens, but I couldn't see anything wrong with bishop a6 either. Bishop and 2 pawns is a lot of material, so this is not gonna end well for back to north. I do know emprise is French. I'm wondering if it's a common expression for English speakers. But it sounds like it is a common thing to say. Else let me know alternatives, because my vocabulary is not that big when it comes to hanging pieces. It's under attack, it's hanging, it's emprise. Unprotected. Up for grabs, that's a bit different. I don't know. This game is up for grabs, for sure. Looks like back to north is quite new to chess, so I shouldn't be too harsh on him. But I'll be harsh enough to take all the pieces I can get. Should recapture at least. Because else I will keep my pieces. Yeah, making luft is another expression I use all over the place, which means creating an escape square for the king. Making luft, Zugzwang. I use Zwischenschach, but I don't think that's such a common expression. It's probably intermediate check, and Zwischenzug, intermediate move, same thing. That's about it. Jadoub, of course, when we are on French chess expressions, but in the US, most people say adjusting. Jadoub is common in Germany, but it seems like it's not so much in US and UK circles. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Knight G2. I have too many pieces. Pieces are very important. And normally, if you give a grandmaster like one extra of these little thingies, he's already a serious favorite to win. Some people can even convert a pawn, but I'm not one of those people. But one of those horses or knights, horses or bishops tend to be enough to get the job done. FIDE is a French acronym indeed. Fédération Internationale d'Échecs. Pre-move. Looks like back to north is running out of time and therefore he resigned. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. First rule of chess, don't give your opponent any pieces. Keep them covered. We'll play one more, then we're gonna go on my first. I'm gonna go on my first break. Because you guys know I do need those. But whom shall I play? Long list. I should stop reading it and just click on something. We'll get a chance to play everybody over the course of the next couple days, I'm sure. So really. Q3 DM17. Sounds very familiar. He's probably active in the chats. Let's see what he's gonna do. Looks like he's not here, so I'm gonna give him 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Abort. Sorry, Q3DM. Next. Minor Bison. Also sounds familiar. I guess I played him under my Jan account in one of these Banter Blitzes. But it looks like we haven't played him as the mighty Banterthon yet. Should change the logo. If Svidler takes over tomorrow, I'm sure he doesn't want to play as a drawing of Pepe and me. I'm sure we can get that done. B6, bishop b7. I haven't seen b4. I think I just made a mistake with knight f3 because it allows knight d4, exchanging this whole construction. Well, in general, this setup should favor the player with a bishop on g2, because there's often tactics where this bishop on b7 is unprotected, while the bishop on g2 is going to be covered after short castles. So this Mexican standoff tends to be in favor of the g2 bishop. Here I've used it to generate an extra pawn. I have a feeling this, I'm not sure, because normally I like bishops better than knights, but I have a feeling there's not that much work for this bishop on the board, so I wouldn't mind exchanging it. If I went e4 now, I guess knight takes e4 works, which I don't want to happen, so I'll play some neutral moves, trying to strengthen my center first, then see what happens. If he goes h6, which he probably should, I guess I'll take, even though now that he played bishop e7, it's mildly tempting to keep the bishop alive and go something like bishop f4. A lot of praise for the premium membership in the chat. I'm glad to hear that most premium members seem to be happy with it. And yeah, if you want to join the show, of course, become one if you're not already. And I'll play you as soon as I can. Because yeah, that is the only way Chess24 makes money out of the premium memberships. And you can imagine it costs a lot of money to keep the site going, pay the programmers and everybody else. So we are dependent on the premium memberships to keep this stuff going, even though we try to give you guys a lot of free stuff like all the tournament commentaries and all that. But that's the paradox. In order to do that, we are depending on premium memberships to, yeah, keep offering free stuff. And of course, there's other ways to generate money, I guess, to put advertisings on the site and so on. But for now, we've tried to keep it clean and a lot of stuff free. So we need premium members to keep it going. That is the story. As for this game, we need pawns to keep that one going. Gimme! I'm a little concerned, but not too concerned about queen h3, knight g4 stuff. But I always have queen g2 if push comes to shove, so not that worried. Therefore, this felt like a pretty safe pawn grab. Queen g4, you want to go for an endgame? 2 pawns down against me, Mr. Pawn Grabber himself? Can't do it. I don't know, I feel like I'm playing too poorly today to be this arrogant. Normally if I can back it up, I don't mind getting a bit of banter in, but I feel I'm playing really badly. So I shouldn't celebrate too much when I get a good position against minor bison. Bison is the animal whose liver DiCaprio eats in The Revenant, right? Didn't look very tasty. No knight e5 for you, sir. That's when the trappee becomes the trapped, because he was hoping to clear the e5 square after c5, d5, knight e5, winning a pawn. But dc5 is a problem, and all of a sudden the fat lady is singing. Sorry, Minor Bison. He resigns since I took his rook. I'm gonna go on a very brief break and I'll be back in a couple minutes to keep the crushing. Challenge Banterthon if you wanna join in on the fun. Thanks for sticking with me so far. See you guys soon. Later, traders. Welcome back, boys and girls. Got myself some food, so prepare for a lot of gross sounds during the next game, because I'll be eating stuff, but the crushing has to continue. So let's find a new opponent. Maybe the Nasty King 37. Is that a Game of Thrones character? The Mad King? Never heard of the Nasty King. I will centralize my D-pawn. The sounds and the drinking begins. Looks like the Nasty King is not around. He's off doing Nasty King things, torturing his subordinates. Therefore, I will abort. Sorry, Nasty King 37. What else we got? Habit Noir from the US&A. Looks like the Americans are waking up, or probably they've been awake for a while. What time is it in the US? I guess on the East Coast it's like 7 p.m. already. Let's see if Habit Noir, Dark Habits, Nasty King, Dark Habits. A lot of dark names here. If he's around, maybe everybody fell asleep or went on a quick break when I went on break, which is fair. But we gotta keep it going. Where you guys at? Gives me more drinking time. Excusez-moi. Can't win them all. What about Melkor? Melkor, are you around? I'll go E4 against you. Brazen choice. Everybody's abandoned me. I got sick of looking at the monkey. Seriously, where is everybody? Am I all alone? Is there anybody out there? Is this show still going? Or is it all in my head? Should I make myself bigger or smaller? Guess I should. Nah, I guess it's okay. But Melkor is not around either. It's getting boring. Next guy better be a match. What about El Jaguar? And Nasty King is back. Sorry, my man, too late. A lot of challenges, which is great, but it looks like a lot of the challengers aren't here. No one's here. People thought I'd go on a longer break, I guess. I can go on another one. Oh, there we go. El Jaguar woke up, jumped out of his car, and gets ready for a game of chess. Goes D4 and C4. What do I know? Time for the good old two knights tango. Not an opening I endorse very strongly, but it's not as bad as it looks, which you can't say for a lot of offbeat openings. E3 is probably not the most critical. Knight f3 and knight c3 look more natural, but of course with white you can do pretty much anything. E3, e5, knight f3, or even d5 now. White is fine, but it doesn't feel so testing. DE, I'll recapture. B3, that's very slow. Bishop b4 check. I'm trying to develop as quickly as possible and to discourage him from going. Bishop b2, which I guess was the idea. Still after queen d2, I haven't really achieved all that much. Play a5, which might look a little strange, but after queen b4, a b4, I would have made some serious structural gains. It feels like a5 could be useful later on to soften his structure by going a4 as well. And I'll force him to take on b4 actually, because I have a feeling this is in my favor, because now the a2 pawn is backwards and will be a target for my rook or whoever shows up later on. Oh, Jaguar taking his time here. Saying, what's this? I don't know. What's wrong? Just a game of chess. F3, I'll go away. Threatening knight b3, so you better parry that by going knight d2. When I can think about giving this check, but it doesn't seem to achieve all that much, so I'll probably just keep developing. Play d6. Yeah, the white position is already a bit unpleasant to play. This knight doesn't have a natural square to go to, especially if he has to go knight d2, d6, then knight h3 becomes less tempting because I can take it and weaken his pawn structure. Well, I have tons of useful moves, castle, rook e8, bishop d7. So I believe, even though it might have looked innocuous, I'm already quite a bit better here. He went knight h3, which might have been the best decision. But, of course, these pawns are not such a pretty sight now. There's not that much happening on the g-file, so I don't have to become unduly worried about the g7 pawn. Yeah, normally I don't play bullet on this show, because I'm too old and slow to, oops, I'm trying to make moves on the board in my little program, which is not a good idea. I should keep making moves on the real board and hope for them to show up in the little program. I was so excited because after I saw I could win a pawn after f4. So yeah, keep the challenges 2, 3, and 5. Maybe at some point in the middle of the night, if I get too bored, we can get in an hour of bullet. I'm really not very good at bullet. I'm just too slow. Used to be good in like the late 90s, but I like practice and speed. But maybe, yeah, if things get out of hand in the middle of the night, we'll do it. But for now, let's stick to 3 and 5. I didn't take on h3 because of rook g3 and rook g4. Makes things easier because I can get in a little fork, pick up more material. That, once again, escalated quickly, which I'm also saying 10 times per show. But it's an Anchorman quote, so I feel it can't be used often enough. El Jaguar resigns. Sorry, Jagu. The real McCoy from Sweden. Good old open Sicilian to keep engaged. I don't normally play e4, so I won't claim to be an expert here, but in the night of h3 I've seen plenty commentating these high-level tournaments. He goes h5 immediately, which is interesting. Normally they go e5 and then h5. Feels like now I can switch to a different system where maybe h5 is less useful than h3. For example, bishop c4 looked like it fit that bill. Still looks like the real McCoy knows what he's doing here. I'm not sure. Bishop g5 could be moved, but it's also tempting, especially with a pawn on h5, to play for a quick f4, f5, the original Fischer plan. And we'll see how that goes. d5. Whoa, action. He wants to give a check on g3. Can't let that happen. So I better castle away. Or do I? Thing is, if I castle, black has e5, and I'm not sure I'm better there. Knight f3, d4. Not sure, but I can't see anything better. So I will do it. And now f5 might have been a bit premature, because d5 shows one drawback of this h3 move, that he can give a check here. And I didn't feel like checking out ed. Queen g3, king f1 looked very risky. But now, yeah, my position doesn't feel great somehow. e5 looks normal. Knight c6. He's hoping to get in some knight takes d4 and bishop c5 action, which of course I don't have to allow. But how do I react? Just bishop e3, knight d4, bishop d4, e5. Ain't so easy. fe, knight d4, ef, king, let's say f8. No, I don't see where that's leading. Nope, can't see anything I like, so I better speed up. Even though I'm not very proud of myself here. It's the thing, whenever I try to play these open Sicilians, my instincts just aren't as good. Because I'm not used to these positions. And sometimes bad things happen. Now it looks like I've simplified it a bit. I have to worry about bishop h3. Which hopefully doesn't work, but maybe it does. The point is gh does a big check on g3. So I'm thinking along the lines of either knight takes d5 or bishop a4 check, or even rook f6, but can't say that anything tempts me all that much. And the real McCoy is going for a different move. He plays d4, which I don't understand, so I'll take it. I guess he thought he could still go bishop c5, but now with my bishop on e3, that's off the menu, so I should be in good shape. But we're both a little low on time, so time to speed up a bit. Compromise my pawn structure a bit here to exchange queens. Probably wasn't the best way to handle things. But sometimes that's the price you pay for speeding up a little. That your moves might become a little worse too. On this game I think I played plenty bad moves while thinking for a long time earlier. Did I blunder? Oh boy. That's just sad. Still in the game, but these things should not happen. Looks like he's returning the favor, but jeez. Yeah, once again, not my proudest game. Missing bishop c5 was sort of unnecessary. Then, yeah, managed to come back in the time scramble. But, meh, not playing well. Next. Gotta play myself out of this slump. Kariba. Where you at, Kariba? Here we are. Caro-Kann time. Against Kariba, who could not play the Caro-Kann. H4, that's a very trendy line, I've noticed that. Most people go H5 here, and that's probably the correct move. But I'm feeling funky, so I'll go for C5, which I guess is not the most correct of moves, but at least it leads to a very sharp, non-standard position. And this can't be right, can it? Maybe it is right, but this, to push all the pawns, ignoring everything else, can you really do that? Maybe you can. What do I know? But it looks confusing. Tempted to go H5, trying to break this chain, but then E6, Fe, knight G5. Well, looks fun. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. Pre-move this? Let's pre-move this, just to show I'm not surprised. Knight takes D4. How can this work? Guess I'll take here. Not probably g5, but it all looks very, very shady to me. G6 looked natural, I'm not sure it was good, but it feels like this bishop can do things on this long diagonal, and I didn't see a way for him to punish me for it. He should just keep developing knight c3, and I'll think about what to do. Maybe queen a5. Generally the feeling, yeah, you can't play the way he did, but I've never seen that line before. Takes, all right. Doesn't look to help the white cause, does it? Now there's a check on g3 if needed. Starting to get very optimistic. c3. Let's throw in this check, why not? Get some pieces out. Many ways to roam, but this looked like the most forcing one. Check. If he wants to keep his queen, he would have to go knight f3, but then, amongst other things, I can just take, king takes, queen f2, checkmate. So this game is over. Yeah, that was a little too aggressive by Kariba in the opening. I don't know the theory, but I think you gotta take probably immediately without throwing in g4. This f4 to my mind is just too much. But it might be all theory and the mistake was later. I really do not know. Just the clock's a bit. Let's play someone else. Don William. Willy boy. Discussion in the chat about my boy Jeffrey Zhong. He is a very, very strong player indeed. Don William playing the Italian. Not the most exciting of openings, but since I lost this game earlier, probably people are smelling blood. Castles here, can I take? I'll take. Whenever there is the smallest doubt in my mind, if I can take a pawn or not, I'll take it. But seriously, I've never seen castles in this position, so there must be a reason for it. And I would guess knight takes e4 it is. Didn't seem to be in time to exploit this pin, and now that I'm castled, this pawn weakness on f2 should be a much bigger factor than anything happening on c6 or whatnot. So probably white has to be very humble, go bishop c6 after bc, and somehow try to survive with knight c3, but clearly things have gone wrong. Bishop e3. Any options, I'm not sure. Queen f6 was best, but it looks good enough. Knight takes d4 or knight e5. Also left me with a very healthy extra pawn. Yeah, I had initially pre-moved b takes c6, but that was directed against knight c6. Well, then I thought, but maybe he... that was directed against bishop c6. And I thought maybe he takes with the knight, and then bishop e3 looks stronger than bc. Yeah, best move I can think of is knight e7 check, which looks weird, giving up the knight, but just to distract my queen from the f2 square. I might even think about knight e7, king h8. Maybe that's overdoing it. Maybe not. Because yeah, if rook e3, queen f2 just wins on the spot. Fe is very ugly, and I can go bc, followed up with queen f2 check. It should also not end well for Don William. Yeah, 97 is the only move I can think of, which is still very bad, but I think you gotta do it to stay in the game. And Don William, to his credit, does do it. Maybe king h8 was an option, but it looked unnecessarily fancy. So I just recaptured, and I'm returning to lay siege on the f2 point. And also b2 is on pre, so if f3, I was intending to take on b2. And I'm not sure what to do. Mr. Willie. Rook f3, okay, I can take. Bishop g4 is also cute, but no real reason for it. Yeah, this is not gonna be much fun for anyone. This is hanging, bishop g4 is a threat. Queen d5, that's just queen a1. So no, hasn't gone well for Mr. Don William. Goes queen d5. Yeah, I guess this is simplest. Queen c1, there's still bishop f1. So I'll just take the rook and then this dude. With the end being near. Rook f7. Going for broke. But I have some intermediate checks. Now I can take the rook. It's only one more check. Well, technically, it's two more checks, but they should not help, because here I am two rooks up, and Don William, after quick head count, realizes that and resigns. What else is on my list? What about James Oliveira's Cruth? Oh, sorry, not James. Jaume. Jaume? Go to d4. I'll bring the knight out. Not sure what to do in this one. I guess I'll play my normal stuff. He goes g3 here. Oh, I thought this move order was a little imprecise. Not greatly. But I felt that probably white can do better. h6 might be a clever move because it's useful for this position we got on the board. And because it stops, what is it, bishop g5. Now we're transposing to Grunfeld with colors reversed. This is almost a theoretical position after knight c3, bishop e6. It is out of the bishop d2 Grunfeld, where white in that case would have spent 2 tempi on going bishop d7, then bishop e6. Well, here I go c4. Giving me a choice. Bishop e6 looks pretty sound. dc4 looks more aggressive. But I like bishop e6 better. dc4, he takes on d8, knight takes on knight a5. And my queenside might come under a bit of pressure. So, not a big fan of that. Glancing at the chat, people are asking for more 2 knights against the Italian. Yeah, it's more interesting than bishop c5, but unfortunately white is a bit better after knight g5. That's why you don't see it much at the top level. But I'll play it, especially when I try to play for a win against slightly weaker opponents. But objectively, I believe knight g5 is a bit of a problem. Here it's also going to be a problem to generate any excitement. The position is fine for me, but not exactly better. So I hope I can bait Jaume Oliveira's Cruth into doing something that he's going to regret. Not sure if I want to keep this bishop or give it up. I believe it might be one of those cases where I'm willing to part ways with the bishop, because this dark square bishop wasn't doing all that much, and it looks like I have decent squares for my remaining pieces. Rook to d8, knight to d5 or to e4, when should be doing all right. Knight d2 is a good move. What does he want? Does he want to go queen b3? Does that bother me? Maybe yes and yes. Well, what to do? The position is equal. I can't magically change that fact. And queen b1 is the more passive approach that I was hoping for. Knight e4. Now this looks like the wrong path. Knight c4 was still possible, but now this knight seems seriously short of squares. Knight e4, f5, and it's trapped. Can't go to d6, c5. If it goes back, I have knight takes c3, followed by rook takes d2. So it looks like Jaume Oliveira's Cruth lost a piece there. Sorry, man. I'll create some more noise opening my whatever this stuff is. Take it. Like David Kaufman is asking what we can improve in the shows. Maybe we should stop the authors from eating food during the shows, like creating lots of noise, being distracted. That strikes me as a little unprofessional. Also, maybe they shouldn't wear funny t-shirts, but dress up a bit. Yeah, a little less gibberish, a little more focus on the games. They should also play stronger opponents and not try to avoid them just to look good themselves. So that's just some of my thoughts, but I'm sure there's many other options, but especially the eating thing. Also, a bit of chess commentary would be nice, even if the position is winning. Like, it's not obvious to all of us why it's winning or why you make certain moves. So there's Grandmaster arrogance to stop commenting once one side is better. Strikes me as a bit rude as well. Not really, mainly the eating. A lot of pre-moves, but are they really going to help? Lion Beast number 2, or Lion Beast. Probably it's more Lion Beast. Is he from France? Sounds like a beast from France. Let's see if our French beast is around. Looks like he's not. 5, 4. Ah, there he is. All you have to do is start the countdown. Good old d4, knight f6, c4, e6. What do I do? Let's play Nimzo. Why not play the Nimzo? Like d5 is sort of my main move these days. But the Nimzo, how bad can it be? You're developing a piece while pinning the knight. Queen c2. Sometimes I play Paco's move b6, but the d5 knight f3 is supposed to be a mistake. So, or mistake is maybe strong, but not the most challenging. So I'm surprised Lion Beast number 2 goes for this. Now a pawn up, which is nice. Of course white has certain compensation, but it's less than in comparable lines of the semi-Slav where you had to go h6, g5 to get this type of position. What am I? Already second guessing everything I know about this line. Bishop b7, ab, bishop c3, bc, cb, knight g5. Looks a little scary. How can I avoid that? Maybe I should just allow it. See what happens. I have a feeling I've done something wrong. I still think I'm doing fine. Maybe I could have done better. Maybe I should have taken there at some point. Because now it looks like there's a bit of compensation. b4 followed by c3 is always very, very tempting in all these situations. It's too tempting for me. Is it too tempting to not do it? No, I think I'm actually not going to do it. Because then, yeah, your position really loses a lot of flexibility. This pawn on c3 might become important later on, but for the middle game, it really doesn't matter that much. So, it's a tricky decision. But I don't regret not going for it. Well, now he has some compensation, but I'm a pawn up with pretty solid position. So, kind of optimistic here. It's trying to get some attack going, but I don't really see the attack just yet. It's time to leash out. Was it time to leash out? Why did I just blitz that out? a5. I'm glad to see. Don't understand a5, but ab. Something good should be there. I wasn't 100% sure. Still bishop f3 or whatnot. Position looked nice. But now after a5, the compensation has mainly evaporated and I have a solid extra pawn. Yeah, knight g6 might have been a bit of an empty shot, but provoking g3 could come in handy in the future, since it weakens his light squares a bit. One problem is it's not on f8, which is really not doing much, but so many good things about my position that it shouldn't matter too much. Not sure if closing the queen side here with c4 is ideal. Yeah, I feel I'm messing around a little bit, frankly. Yeah, the last couple moves I haven't played well. I'm still in decent shape, but I certainly haven't played well. And all of a sudden, here's a bit of compensation again. Rookie one, I think, was a mistake. He should have started with 93. He's really not playing well. Goes for the end game, which I thought should be bad, but not sure how bad. 94 doesn't work. Yeah, don't know why I started steaming here for no reason. I'm still slightly better, but completely lost control. Also have to speed up a little bit and manage my tilt. So apologies for the silence. I really don't know why. What got into me? Full tilt all of a sudden for really no reason whatsoever. Is this winning? I think it should be winning. Oh, that's another surprise. I was expecting him to take G7. That might be a pleasant surprise, actually. Even though my technique is still sad. How do I make progress? Not sure this is progress, but at least it changes things up a little bit. And these pawns aren't really going anywhere. And yeah, now it's just winning. I'm also doing alright on the clock. So Yeah, I don't know. Like, I kind of totally lost control at some point in that game from a winning position. Started steaming big time, and then at some point, yeah, I'm not so sure if this was winning here anymore. If he just goes back to f4 after, let's say, rook b7, it's not so clear what to do, or at least to me it isn't. Maybe stuff like this is winning, but I wasn't 100% sure. Certainly gives some counterplay. So weird game, but what to do? Let's find someone else. Let's play our friend Pavlanto, who seems to have many followers in the chat. He's probably gonna crush me, but what are you gonna do? Here we go. Still don't know who the guy is. I think that's his real name, Pavlanto, right? Young Greek GM? Not 100% sure. 5-minute game. Plays the good old Spanish. Deep thought here. Bishop a4. I guess I'll stick to what I normally do. Good old Marshall. See what happens. Looks like he's going for it. Exciting. Of course I can't remember a single thing, but always exciting to see people go for the Marshall. And I immediately mix up my lines. That's just sad. Bishop f5, then queen f3, rook e8 is a move. Looks like at least he's confused by rook e8, but it's just a bad move. Now he can take knight d2. This is the main line of the Marshall, and I can't remember my things. Gonna be a long day of self-loathing and deprecating, but maybe he's thinking he ran into some genius preparation. At least that's the hope. Rest assured you didn't, Pavlanto. I just mixed up my lines. Bishop f5, queen f3, rook e8 is a line I recommended in my video series, which is quite interesting at least. Takes some knight d2. What to do? I guess I should still go here. But yeah, clearly not the intended outcome. Try to make a virtue out of it by bringing my rook around to e7 and having some play on the e file. But as I said, not what I wanted out of life. To go f6 with a heavy heart. Yeah, I'm not sure I have enough compensation for my missing pawn, but at least in this structure and the Marshall, things normally aren't too bad. Not a ringing endorsement, but you get my... I'm actually thinking about rook e3, fe queen e3, but I'm not sure it's enough after king h1. I guess not. Make a luft. Yeah, it doesn't look good as usual. That is a check. Queen e2, he's going for cheapos, like knight g5 check. Might have been a good move. Can I do this? Let's find out. Doesn't really threaten anything, unfortunately, but at least it stops knight g5. What to do next is the big question. Goes g4. Queen h3 or bishop g4. It's gotta be something. It's a pity. Too dumb to calculate it all. Throw in this just for confusion's sake. See what happens. I think CD is only move. When I haven't seen a way in yet, but it just feels like there has to be something. Maybe there isn't. There's gotta be. Promise I don't see it. That, I think, is a more accurate description. Bishop d6 is ridiculous, but I couldn't spot it. What to do if you can't see the way through? Is this leading anywhere? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe queen b1, but once again, I couldn't figure it out. I also would have loved to go queen h5, but that, once again, runs into this annoying check. So we've moved the pieces around a lot. Not sure who's benefited. My position still has the minor defect that I'm a piece down. But his king is weak and I have a bunch. Well, I probably don't have that many pawns, and b4 was bad. Yeah, I just make terrible moves sometimes. At least you get a lot of self-loathing whenever I do. But now I managed to bungle it to the extent that I'm lost again. I think I had a good position earlier, believe it or not. But not anymore. Oh, and I blundered rook h8. Yay me. Congratulations. Nah, he's just calculating better than me, so gotta give him props. Good game. Pavlanto was an interesting position. Like, I am really... Well, my spider sense tells me that black has lots of compensation here, but I couldn't bring home the bacon. Or, I'm not saying I'm better or anything, I just have a feeling there has to be something. I don't know. We will never know. And yeah, in the end, I think especially b4 was a terrible move. Even here, might not be enough objectively, but it feels like practically I still have a lot of compensation. But b4 was really, really bad, just giving up this square. If I played here, whatever move, queen d5, queen b3, queen h3, feel the game continues. But yeah, what to do? Well played, Mr. Pavlanto. And yeah, I shouldn't mix up my theory in the main line right on move 13. It was an interesting game anyway, but the line I was intending to play is bishop f5, queen f3, rook e8. So that was not brilliant. Let's stay in Spain. Oh no, sorry, he's Greek. Let's go to Spain and play against Todo. Todo, which means eat everything. Which is what I'm doing currently, eating my nuts here. This line with d6, bishop g4. I faced a lot in my childhood. I don't believe in it because, once again, I have this bishop fetish and normally you end up taking on f3 at one point or another if you play this line. And I think white's just better. The c4, knight c3 is not the only way to play. Queen b3, for example, is a good move instead of knight c3. But this system to just go knight c3, g3 struck me as simple to play and a little better for white. So that's where I'm gonna go. Because bishop f3, ef, you still put the bishop on g2 and you free it later with f4. I think it's nice for white. Start with f4 here maybe? My point is if I start with bishop g2, bishop g7, then d4 would be hanging. Well, if I start with f4, don't have that problem. Still don't know what to do. I'll take here and go bishop g2. Doesn't feel that challenging. To be honest, maybe fe and d5 was more in the spirit. So let's try to ask some questions at least. And after c6. Hint at a knight showing up on d6. Yeah. Not easy to play. EF, probably just bishop f4. Queen c7 might be best decision. Knight d6, king e7, I'm still not sure where it leads, so I'll castle first to put the ball back in his court. Because it's still hard to stop knight d6 check, unless you want to castle queenside, which has its own set of problems. Because, first of all, I still have knight d6, knight f7, secondly, the king is not very safe. Knight e7, now it's high time to give this check, because the king can no longer go to e7. It has to go to f8, and here... How to do this? Oh no, I want to go b4 to bring some support for the knight on d6. But I failed in order to do that. I should move my knight out of this diagonal, my rook out of this diagonal first. Not sure I really had to, but why not? What time does the Warriors game start? It's 0:39. I think they start. Do they start at 2 or 3 Central European time? US guys, do you know when the basketball is starting? Is it in a bit more than 1 hour or a bit more than 2 hours? I'll look it up in a second. I'm just not sure what time it's supposed to start. This position is nice for me. Not winning yet, but he's uncoordinated, and this knight on d6 is a monster, so it's very hard to unravel. Actually, it probably is winning. And he does do the best you can. Take on d6, get rid of the monster. I'll try to open things up before he manages to get his rook into the game. Now bishop a3 is on the agenda, and bc6. So things aren't easy. 3 a.m. I'm told. Ah, that's still a while. Okay, but I'm playing till 6, so things should more or less work out time-wise. Yeah, this is bad news for Comelo Todo. Still more than 2 hours to get through before OKC gets hopefully defeated by the Warriors, who played terribly the first couple games, but seemed like their normal selves in the last game. Clicked on somebody, I'm not sure it was the guy I was intending to click on. No, it wasn't, but I'll play Pooks anyway. List changes quickly. Let's go G3. Not a move I play much. But it's probably, let's say, knight f3, e4, d4, c4. Fifth best move in my opinion. Could argue about that, but no, there's nothing wrong with g3. After e5 you can go c4, and after d5 you can go knight f3. So you can still get a normal theoretical position without any problems. Let's say what Pooks does. Knight f6, many moves here. My main setup is probably knight f6 followed by e6, trying to transpose to my stuff. Knight f6, c6 is also an absolute main line. And I have some sympathy for going to g6 as well. Here, the trendy move is to play c4 very early in all kinds of situations. The old days I played more of d3, knight bd2, queen e1, e4. But this c4 followed by d3 is legit. And yeah, g3 is a much stronger move than 1 f4, no question about it. This, I believe, is one of these ideas of going for queen b3. It doesn't look very exciting, but to go bishop e3, and if you take ab, you have some problems with the b7 pawn sometimes. Well, after queen c7, the queen is slightly misplaced on c7, in some lines at least, and I will try to exploit that by going for a very quick rook to c1. When white has some mild psychological pressure. Some mild initiative, positional pressure, I believe is the word I was looking for. On your queen d7, if you have to keep moving this queen around, things will start get ugly at some point. And here it feels like I can cash in with knight g4, and if knight takes, knight d5, I win a pawn because of this pin. Well, after queen takes, queen b7 was a problem. And yeah, I'm sure Carlsen played f4 in a classical game once. He also played 1a4 in a game once. Doesn't mean it's a good move. Like, this is often a discussion whenever I say or anybody says, no, this is not a great line. People will say, but Carlsen played it once, or so-and-so played it once. In general, just because a strong player played it once for whatever very particular reasons he had, normally does not mean that it is a great line. Bishop f6. But yeah, many people play 1f4. Svidler also played it once. How do I win here? That's what I'm concerned about. Bishop c5. cd, bishop f8, queen f8. And queen b7. Let's see. He doesn't have to play cd, that's why. It's a bit of a pointless move. He can just go rook e8. But yeah, of course, my position is still very, very pleasant. Pawn. Give me that pawn. I'm 2 pawns up with the 2 bishops, so sort of winning. I'll keep the 2 bishops. I'm eating whatever. Some nuts. I don't even know what it is. But yeah, apologies for all the loud chewing. It's gonna be a long night. I gotta stay well nutritioned. Queen c7, a5. Yeah, there's not much that can go wrong here. Because yeah, the 2 bishops are quite strong in such a position. And I do have, if I didn't miscount. Oh, I thought I had 2 extra pawns. Maybe it's only 1. Losing my counting abilities. No, it is 2. So yeah, it's just totally winning. Yeah, I bought the t-shirt in Bangkok, Khao San Road, where they sell a lot of nice t-shirts and less nice t-shirts. This is pretty much over against Pooks here because, yeah, 2 bishops are too strong in such a situation with an open board. Now I'll simplify, give up one of them with a heavy heart. But the other one should get the job done in the ending. There goes my bishop pair. They both have to give up their life. And therefore, Pooks resigns. No, it's not Haribo. Like, I can show you guys. I don't want to plug any brands, but it's just, yeah, whatever. Bullshit nuts. All right. Let's play against Zelik 182. Then go on another break, because I'm going to have to smoke. I know it's unhealthy, but I will once in a while to answer Bärenstarker's question. I can go as long as I like, but no need to torture yourself. Here we are getting the Dutch. Is this one of these guys who plays always plays d6, queen e8, queen h5? Looks like it. And yeah, I feel silly saying this every other show. It's one of these systems which are always on my list to study, but since I don't respect it, I never do it. And I feel dumb doing this. I'll promise, I'll look up this system, whatever it's called, before the next show, so I don't keep running into this position and not having a clue what to do. I guess developing some pieces can't be too bad. But Zelik seems very content with the way this is going, and that's already annoying me. If they can blitz out their moves, well, I can't. That greatly bothers me. So, note to self, study the, whatever it's called, e6, d6 Dutch for next time. Because frankly, I keep ending up in some strange positions against this line. And probably we've had more or less this exact same game already. I'm not sure if against Zelik or against someone else. But it is a little sad that I never know this line. Especially me, Mr. Opening Clinics. Gonna have to look it up. Here f takes e4 is pretty much the move you want to play. When after rook e4, bishop f5, black develops very, very quickly. So I was intending to meet fe with knight d2. And I'm not sure what's going on. Queen h5. Yeah, he also is reasonably active here. Maybe time to grab a bit more space with c5 to clear this c4 square for my queen. Let's say bishop e6, ef, bishop f5. It's gonna be nice to be able to throw in queen c4 check. King h8, he wants to step out of that diagonal. That's very sensible. I think I'll still occupy it for lack of better things to do. Yeah, let's see what happens. Mildly concerned about fe4 when I was intending to play rook e4. Then knight d4 escaped my attention from further away. Goes f4 instead, which is more aggressive, maybe also better. In general, the reaction is gf. Then after ef, push e5. Gotta be a little worried about bishop g4 here. But I'm not sure how worried, frankly. I was intending rook d3, ef, e5. Should I change my opinion? Nah, let's do it. And no, there's no way I'm gonna miss the basketball game, but I'm gonna play through it. Probably being even more distracted than right now. But I will certainly continue the show and watch the game. I'm gonna have to fire up my laptop, bring up my NBA TV. But no, there's no way I'm missing a Warriors Thunder Game 7 under any circumstances. Even though 3 a.m. it's hard for me to watch live. I've watched most of the playoffs in the morning after getting up, because 3 a.m. till 6 a.m. it's very hard to maintain a normal routine when watching that. Therefore, I thought it was a great idea to do this Banterthon, suffer through a couple nights to stay awake and watch that game without having to go to work the next morning. See, I can't even speak anymore because I've been here playing Blitz. Not sure what I'm doing here. e6. I thought bishop c5, rook d5 might work, and queen c5 takes, followed by rook d7. I had a feeling at compensation, but there was sort of the extent of calculation involved here. d8, probably a better move. Keeps making good moves, this dude. Now e5 can't do that, or is f3 a problem? Maybe not a problem. Maybe it is a problem. Sometimes it's better to calculate than to randomly decide, nah, don't think that's a problem. Chess is a game of concrete actions and reactions, so I'm drifting a little bit again. What is going on here? Bishop e4 runs into bishop f5 check. I don't want that. maybe my position is not as great as initially assumed. Probably assumed by no one but myself. Can't see a good move. Really can't see a move. Very weird. Just could not find a decent move. I might be lost. Bishop e4, rook e4, f3. I couldn't see anything. Take here, does that offer any hope? Probably not. That's what I get for disrespecting the whatever this crappy Dutch system is called. Mercilessly getting crushed. I have one trick which unfortunately doesn't quite work either, but I'd still go for it if the topic comes up, which is f3, rook g4, and if queen d3, then, well, that was something. Show you guys later, but for now we're too low on time for deep explanations. But he avoided it by taking here first. Now I gotta run. Does he want to draw? I don't want to draw. I don't think he wants to draw either. There we go. No one wants to draw. The excitement, and I blunder my rook. Oh, that's just pathetic. I'll play on because I'm a bad sport, but this is really just pathetic. And yeah, glorious victory on time. Sorry, Zelik, you clearly outplayed me in that one. I'm just mad at myself, mainly for not knowing that opening, which I should study at some point, but also because it was an interesting game, and then I totally blundered somewhere around here. Maybe I'm lost. Oh yeah, I'm just lost. Bishop c1, rook d4. Then never mind. Kudos to him for also spurning the draw, going rook d8, when I'm not sure I have a defense, because queen g1 followed by rook d1 is a threat. Probably bishop. Oh no, bishop d4 also doesn't work. See? Yeah, it's trouble. No, he played a good game. I promise, mainly to myself, but also to all the viewers, I'll be an expert in how to crush that opening next time around, because it's really starting to get to me. Alright, break to recover from all this terrible play, all this flagging, bad sportsmanship. Good game, Zelik, and see you guys soon. Later. Welcome back, boys and girls. This is actually just a pit stop. I'm still on break because I'm trying to get the coffee machine to work, which can only take a couple hours because it's a tricky coffee machine. But seriously, I need a coffee because I've been playing horrible chess. And I don't have a feeling it's gonna get any better. So give me two more minutes and then we're gonna go back to the crushing. See you then. Here we go again. Glorious victory against the coffee machine. So needy, that coffee machine. Like, always give me new water, empty, this and that, cleaning, blah blah blah. Like gives you 2 cups of coffee and then it starts whining. But I did manage. I only found our lefty's mug, so I'm gonna have to hold it awkwardly. I'm not a lefty, so it's gonna look very strange, but of course there's only like 5 Chess24 logos on the screen, so we really need this one as well. I think there's some way to get these mugs, but I don't know. Let's play someone else. One more shift till the Warriors game begins. So, here we go. Mr. Puzzle Pawn, what are you up to? From the US&A. Now the Sicilian. Time to play the Rossolimo. Gotta give a shout out to our friend Robin van Kampen, who did a great video series on this opening. He's gonna come over on the weekend to record part 2, which will be e4, c5, knight f3, d6, and I think even then he goes bishop b5 check. Oh, I can't analyze while playing a game, I guess. Anyway, I gotta admit I haven't watched the series all that closely, but I'm familiar with the basics. In this position, bishop g4 is always a possible way to play. Most people don't do it because you have to give up this bishop, and now you don't have the 2 bishops as compensation for your slightly weakened pawn structure. Therefore, it's not the most popular way to play, but it makes life a bit easier for black as to how to arrange his pieces, because you don't have to worry about the c8 bishop anymore. So I'm not against it. Knight d7 here. And black has a pretty solid position. White is a tad better because he's going to have more pawn breaks later on. But nothing too bad has happened. b6, I thought knight d7 was a bit stronger. Not sure where to castle. But this is more in line with my boring style. The question is what to do next, where to put the rooks and why. I'll put this guy here, but I'm not sure. Maybe it was better to remove the queen immediately and go for some f4. Now he goes e5, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not sure how to play these positions. To go a3, b4, that's not very consistent with my rook ad1 move. Then again, sometimes consistency is overrated, and you gotta admit, I might have played it strangely. Rook ad1 doesn't fit, and a3, b4, even though it undoubles black's pawns, I believe is a pretty common theme in these positions. Just to grab some more space and fight for control of the central squares. So, not sure it's correct, but it felt tempting. But as I said, if you want to do this, better make up your mind before and don't start with rook ad1, because here the rook really belongs to a1. f5 is a little overzealous puzzle pawn. There's not enough pieces and c6 is hanging, so you can't do that. Bit of spamming in the chat. Who doesn't love that? Yeah, puzzle pawn is puzzled that I just took an f5 and he's trying to justify it. Goes rook c8. Probably the best move in the position, not allowing queen c6. And actually, I missed that. So maybe things weren't as easy as I imagined they would be. But I'll pretend they are. Go b5 after cb. My idea is to go queen d5 check and hope that things somehow favor me. Well, rook takes f5 is of course possible, but it's not all that desirable from the positional point of view. In general, black wants to go gf5 if he can at all. And therefore, I still sort of like my position, but I gotta admit, puzzle pawn came up with a lot of good moves over the last couple of moves, most of which I had not seen coming. Still, his structure is a bit broken long term, and the e5 pawn could be a target. So if I can avoid blundering pieces for once, still quite like my chances. Not of avoiding the loss of pieces, but positionally. Rook c2 didn't work because of queen b3 check. Can't fool puzzle pawn, he spotted that one. So now this pawn is hanging, and I'll advance it. He could go e4 when I wish I could calculate d takes e4, which seems to work. e4, de, rook b5, rook d8, followed by cb with an extra pawn. e4, de, queen d1. Then I can just go ef, for example, also with an extra pawn. So I thought e4 was not yet a threat, but of course there's no need for him to do it. Queen f8. Time to get out of here before e4 becomes a threat. Not sure if a6 or a4 or d7. So many squares, but this can't be too wrong. So I would hope. Queen e7. Let's put a rook here. We don't have this countdown clock this time around. I quite like the countdown clock to keep track of how many more hours to go till hour 72. So I'm gonna have to do it all in my head. Start at 6, so we're 7 hours in. That means still 65 hours. Yeah, that doesn't sound so good if you look at it that way. Let's open the position up to accelerate things. That's a bit of a double-edged decision again, because I'm freeing him of his permanent weakness on e5, but my d3 pawn was also backwards. I'm hoping that after ed bishop d4, the tactics work in my favor with his king slightly weakened and this rook on d8 loose. Yeah, it's probably good for me. Therefore, you can't do that. And after queen c7, so many options. The dullest and probably the one I'm going to choose is to just go d5, and I've converted my backwards d3 pawn into a passed pawn while he still has his e5 weakness. So positionally, that was a pretty good deal for me. Still gotta say, puzzle pawn is playing extremely well. Bishop f8, and he's not playing like a 1700 player. I don't feel like I'm playing particularly well, but I can still judge if someone understands chess, and he's playing well. What do I do though? Queen c6, I was thinking about takes, and rook c8, and not sure how to proceed from there. It's interesting, but no, I don't see a way through. Don't know what to do. I'll randomly attack this pawn because I lack ideas. Puzzle pawn's playing well. Reached an endgame that's very, very close to equal, actually. How can I trick him? Doesn't seem puzzled at all. Now we might be getting somewhere. Because rook e5, I was hoping this would be progress, but actually even this I'm not sure how much progress it really is. Probably it's no progress. I'm not playing very well, ladies and gentlemen. Sad but true. Down to 55 seconds after spending 12 seconds on rook a1. Time to speed up. At least I think rook a1 was a decent move. If it takes, I have an intermediate check on a7. Still don't know if it's winning, but it gives some chances. d6 was probably a bad move again. But time is running out. Try to end up with at least one extra pawn here, which looks like I managed to do. Pawn ending is lost. Puzzle pawn played so well, then he went for this pawn ending instead. King e6, objectively the position might still be a draw. Like there is the flagging element and all that, But this is just elementary, dear Watson. And he's letting his time run out. But yeah, this is hopeless. Still, excellent game by Puzzle Pawn, gotta say. Who, yeah, didn't play worse than me at all. Till somewhere around here when time went very low. Let's play somebody else. What about Nicholas Kung 5? Not to be confused with Kung Fury, which is one of the best movies ever made. But Nicholas Kung 5, where's he from? Switzerland. See what he's up to. I'll keep going e4. And there's some discussion in the chat if people should play me. I'm between you and me. I'm playing terribly today too. So today is the day to crush me. But sometimes there's this dead point which you get past and then... Nah, I'm not going to pretend I'll be a lethal chess force once we reach 2 a.m. Not going to happen. Anyway, the point of the Banterthon is still to give all you premium members a chance to play against a Grandmaster. In this case, a Grandmaster wearing a silly t-shirt. And hopefully you enjoy it, and I believe you have much better chances to crush me than during a normal Banter Blitz, where normally it's shorter, so I'm less tired. But Nicholas Kung is not here, so let's play somebody else. Who didn't we play today yet? Or at all? King Capturer. Oh, my Skype is ringing. Can't answer it. I'm gonna have to answer it during the next break. Live show. Sorry. I guess you guys can't hear it because I have system sounds off. But I do have my Skype on. We'll get back. d4, d5, c4, e6. Knight to c3. Knight to f6. C takes d5. I'm not sure it's technically banter if I just say every move that's played on the board. c6, e3. This is the line which, yeah, I was planning to give in Relentless. Now my phone is ringing. Can't do it. Which I was planning to give in part 3 of my black repertoire. But this Mr. Carlson treatment, which apparently Jan Ludwig Hammer has come up with, really made me second guess everything. a5 wasn't played in that game. This is King Capturer's own interpretation, which is interesting. I haven't looked at a5, a4. But in general, the plan of Mr. Hammer was to go knight e2, knight g3, knight f5, and it seemed like it was just in time. Therefore, quite unpleasant, which left me with a hole in my planned black repertoire that still hasn't been fixed. I'm trying to figure out what to do instead. Maybe King Capturer is teaching me here. Maybe that's the way to go. Just push your pawns up the queen side and don't worry about anything else. But I'm not so sure. He got a much better version of what Kramnik got against Carlsen in that game I keep talking about, but I still feel like white is a bit better here with this grip on the f5 square. If black takes, it just gets replaced. And it's not easy to play this position for black. Well, for white, you have lots of useful moves. He wants to go, what does he want to do? He wants to go knight d6. So I should stop that. He wants to undermine my control of the f5 square. So it won't be so easy. Still, there is the fair question that could be asked. What I'm intending to do next. I don't have an answer right now. Probably it's going to have to be connected to some e4 breakthrough at some point. Bishop d6. It feels like it's time to shuffle my knights around a little bit. Not sure if this knight on g7 actually has a great future. This might just have been a blank shot. No, King Capturer is playing as well. Very interesting stuff. This move? I don't know. I'm not playing this well, which makes it harder to evaluate. I'm playing poorly. thought rook g8 directly instead of bishop d3 was asking some pretty unpleasant questions. But even this is not so bad, because I've created some weaknesses for myself all over the place, and it's not so clear what I can do next. I'd like to bring my king to f3. But king e2, can he take on e3? Oh, he can take on f4. See, I can't do that. So I'll bring my rook to f3, looking for some stability. How's the clock situation? I'm still ahead on the clock, at least. It's not great, but I'm not behind. Yeah, this is a very hard line to understand, at least for me. But I still feel like there's some questions that black has to solve right now. Still. Now we are both low on time, so it's becoming a bar fight. King capture after playing a great game allowed a family fork, and the position has deteriorated greatly, therefore he resigns. Yeah, this is a line that's very hard to understand for everybody, me included. I thought it was easy to play with black for a while, but as I mentioned, some problems there. Let's play another game of chess. Somebody called I Love College. That's good to hear. I'm being told education is a great thing. If you like it, even better. So let's take him to school and crush him mercilessly in our lovely late night chess college. More questions about the t-shirt. Bangkok, Khao San Roads. Khao San Road. That's where they have all the best t-shirts. Slav. What did I do against the Slav? Let's play a slightly offbeat move, which I've actually played in tournament games, so I think it's a decent move. Queen b3. My moves are e3, knight c3, cd5. Queen b3, yeah, queen b6 is possible. Most people don't do it. I think the common thinking is thinking that this endgame is a little bad for white, but it's certainly a playable move. By I Love College. e6. What am I supposed to do? I'm always tempted to play c5 in all these situations. I'm not sure how good it is here. And after queen b3, ab, I think white should be a bit better. I think I'm saying I think too much. The queen c7 is a problem when you can go for a quick b6, and I might have maybe overextended myself. I'll go for g3 and fast bishop f4 to justify this. And looks like I Love College pre-moved at the worst possible time. Pre-moved castle, but my idea was to take the queen, and I'm gonna take it. So sorry about that. It's painful when that happens. I guess the lesson is don't pre-move in 3-minute games in the opening. It's too tricky, like you never know. I'll play somebody else. What about Mr. Homer P? Homer P? Where are you from, Homer P? Canada! I won't blame Canada. Sorry about the Raptors. But yeah, they didn't really have a chance against Cleveland. And me as Cleveland hater number one, not the city. Like, I'm not gonna engage into any mistake by the lake talk. I've never been there. I don't have a clue. But I like to root against LeBron James. Don't know why. He's behaving excellently as far as I can tell, and I'm sure he's a role model for all of us, but it's more fun to watch sports, well, rooting for someone. Queen c7, by the way, is a clever little move here, which was too clever for Homer P. Greatly confused him, because it's a double attack, and he just gave me this bishop. Looks like I'm not the only one being sleepy. People are blundering left and right here in the opening, and that was a bit of a short game. Queen c7, I believe the theoretical move is queen e2, because bishop takes d5, queen takes e5 is good for black. So I think they go queen e2, knight b6, and whatever. Stuff continues. But yeah, knight e2 wasn't it. Moving on. Mr. Shark Foss. 2600 player. Which means overwhelming favorite against me tonight. But I'll still try to hang around, put up a bit of a fight. Goes knight f3, g3. I'll play this system this time around, trying to reach my beloved Catalan with black. It's not that beloved, but I did a video series on it, so I do know my way around here quite well. If I was allowed to cheat and watch my own video series at least, which I'm afraid I'm not. a4 is the main move nowadays. It surpassed Queen takes c4 immediately in popularity. Bishop f4, also a trendy line. I believe this is what I gave Queen c1. Now I can't remember what I gave. a5 looks natural, knight bd7 also looks natural. Queen c1 is his Avro recommendation in his book. It looked too artificial for my taste, so I didn't think it was that great. But honestly, I don't have a clue what I recommended here. Put this knight here, how bad can that be? Rook d1, I'm not sure, maybe it's all still theory. But I've been tempted to play rook e1 to prepare some e4. Now yeah, bishop g5, and surprisingly, throwing in h6 is sometimes a problem in these structures. Or is it? Yeah, sometimes there's something wrong with it. So I have a feeling we're still both doing more or less natural things. I believe white should take on f6 and follow it up with e4 when we get a pretty standard Catalan situation. Goes knight e5 instead, which is also legal, but in general I'm not that concerned about this exchange. Maybe I should be. I also don't know what to do. Panic! Can I go h6 or is bishop h6 a problem? Nah, it doesn't look like there's enough firepower in that area, so I think I'm able to get away with it. If he goes bishop h6 and checkmates me, then I'm gonna regret it, but I have a feeling I should be able to defend if he takes there. Well, bishop f6 is of course possible with your typical Catalan maneuvering position, whatever we want to call it. Knight e4 I could take, but I don't really want to keep this bishop on the board. Yeah, exciting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. But that is life in this close Catalan. I believe black is doing pretty well. Well, not in this particular position, but I believe all the lines are solid. But you need a lot of patience, which is arguably not my best quality. Knight c4, interesting. Wants to provoke b6. I'll go c6 instead. Weakening some squares, but I feel like it's more harmonious setup after knight c4. Now the rook on c8 looks a little silly at this one. I expected c7. Put the other rook on d8. I'm not sure about e4, believe it or not. I think it might be a problem that he weakened this d-pawn. Once again, not a problem in like, now I'm winning, but long term might ease my cause a little bit. b6, knight d3. Can I go c5 here? I'd really like to. I think I can. If DC, I'm gonna have to think long and hard. No time to think long and hard, but I should be thinking about how to react. Bishop c5, knight c5. Rook d1, queen c5, b3. There's nothing there. Maybe there's nothing there. Either case, like I'm equal, but no more than that. And yeah, I spent too much time on that little speech, so I'm gonna have to speed up now. Speeding up mode activated. And all my great speed yielded benefits. Yeah, that went well. Sorry for the lack of banter, but I gotta win a game once in a while, and that one makes me feel a little better about life. What's next? Par from Colombia, apparently. Another d4. Looks like I'm playing lots of d4s. Which is my main move, but I play knight f3 probably just as often. And c4 quite a bit as well. So I should be able to mix it a bit more. Queen c2 is a nice little move against this triangle. I quite like it. If you're interested in the triangle, check out Sopiko Guramishvili's video series on it on Chess24, which came out recently. Sopiko is also gonna do, I believe, an hour tomorrow during this Banterthon. So if you want to play her, keep an eye out for Sopiko's show between 2 and 3 p.m. Bishop f4 is a bit of a random move, I think. Bishop g5 is better, but I didn't have the strength to go all the way there. So I'm going to have to justify my bishop being on f4, which won't be easy. e4 also a bad move. Par outplaying me in the opening. And generally you should put the bishop on g5 and go e3, not e4. This is slightly wrong. Still, how bad can it be? Pieces are getting out. Wants to go c5 before castling, because castles there's e5 now and h7 would drop. But opening the position before having castled sometimes can be a little risky. I have no idea how to make any use of that. I thought I'd just say it and then think, maybe it's not that risky after all. Trying to make something happen before he castles away, but not so sure. The happenings will be to my liking. Knight b4. Okay, go h6, knight takes, which is also fine. Everybody's playing well. Calculating face doesn't seem to help. That's a very weird move. But a move it is. Once again. You go c4. My original plan was actually to take on c4, but then I changed my mind because after bishop c4 he can go bishop takes f3. So I'm gonna have to be more humble once again. Hope for maybe a tiny plus somewhere here, but I'm not even sure. It is a tiny plus. So far, Par from Colombia has played excellently once again. If I have to say, during every game that my opponents played excellently, because everybody's hanging in there easily. It might not be them, it might be me, but I really have the feeling guys are playing very, very well today. And Par has handled this flawlessly. We're low on time, so my favorite time of the day. Some people will call it winning time, but of course, it's flagging time. Has come. But positionally, yeah, I got nothing. Could have thrown in the check first, but I didn't want to be captain obvious. Wanted to keep that option in reserve, but no such luck. Now I'm starting to drift into real trouble. And he's also been quick. Just b2. Let's see, 3 less good. Finally, mistakes. I need mistakes. And Osiapar resigns. Played a flawless game until, once again, the time travel phase here. Knight c3, which hung a piece. Just b2, and I'm probably just lost, frankly. Rook c1 threatened I can't take because of b2. Because of b1, so very good game by Osiapar. Let's play somebody else. Let's stay in Colombia. Carlitos, Colombia. What time is it in Colombia? You guys just waking up? I should probably at some point learn times all over the world, but I don't know. Let's see if Carlitos is around. Maybe Carlitos is not awake. There he goes. Good old d4, c4. And after c5, I think d5 is objectively the best move, grabbing space. But I'm somehow more comfortable in these, whatever we call them, half Morochis. Sicilians without a pawn on e4. I don't know, I've just played these more, and my experience, black players are less ready for it, so they are more likely to end up in a bit of trouble in these lines than in the 3 d5 lines. Bishop f5 is extravagant. I could just take it, but I'll let the bishop live there for a move and take it soon. b7. Many tempting options. I don't think that's best. I think best was to just take on f5, but I don't know why I didn't. Yeah, to take this bishop, or don't I? I'll go here and play this structure. Probably, once again, I think both bishop knight takes f5 and knight takes e6 here were better, but I had a strange reluctance. Maybe that's fear of the unknown, because that both of those would have led to very strange structures where I couldn't have been cruising on autopilot. Well, this structure I more or less understand. Still don't have a clue, but okay. Get out of this diagonal, attack e7, see what's happening. Time to free this bishop too. And we'll see. These positions, yeah, they're nice for white, because you can expand more easily, and for black it's not so easy to blow the position open. You can see once these knights get pushed back, it's going to be very hard for black to avoid getting steamrolled. And that's what happens here, because there's not that many pawn breaks available. c6, is this already crushing? Looks very good, at least. I didn't have to go c6, but it looks decent enough. Yeah, queen is a queen, as we say. I'm sure Carlitos has heard all the Carlitos way jokes, so I will restrict myself. It's tempting though. Nah, no Carlitos way jokes. The extra queen is making her presence felt on this diagonal. Or, no, not on this diagonal, but by eating more knights. And therefore, Carlitos resigns. And let's play another strong opponent, Mr. Saya from... Where's Saya from? From Chile. Looks like Latino America is waking up. What's up, guys? Let's see what Saya's up to. Did I play Saya? I think I played Saya recently as Jan in another Blitz show. Can't remember. I think he crushed me once and once he didn't. I don't know. Let's see what he has in store against the ever-popular Berlin. Not a rookie one. Come on. Yeah, here we go. He goes for the end game. Okay, I was bluffing. I don't really know the Berlin. Just kidding. That's the problem. If your bluff gets called, you still gotta make moves. Rook d1 feels like it's a little bit off topic. Not horribly off topic, and yeah, this bishop g5 is certainly a popular line, but the rook is sometimes a bit misplaced on d1, at least that's the feeling I got. Because it doesn't help with this expansion plan of f4, g5. And I believe the current thinking was that even if white exchanges these bishops, black should be alright. Having said all that, I'm honestly not up to date with the latest theory here, so take all my Berlin insights with more than a bit of healthy skepticism, but that's what I thought. Not sure about any of my moves here though in this phase of the game. Bishop e7, can I go bishop f3? That's what I was curious about. I think I can. Not sure how good it is, but how bad can it be to soften his structure a bit. And now I have to be alright. My knight is so strong on f5. Get rid of one pair of rooks, so nothing too bad can happen here. And then I'll try to stabilize the situation, h4, so he can't go knight g3. Probably also c5, so you can't go knight d4. Problem with c5 is it vacates the d5 square, so I'm already having second thoughts about it. But what's done is done. Oh, that's where the king was going. I wasn't sure where the king was headed. Oh, I'm playing terribly. b5 was a ridiculous move. Ah, he has a plan. He wants to put his knight on g5. Do I have a plan? I haven't played like I have a plan at the very least. Or the last couple of moves. Should still be okay, but b5 was so bad. Really annoyed about myself and that move. Get outplayed positionally somehow hurts even more than blundering things, like I've been prone to do. Yeah, look at this b5 pawn, so pathetic. Man, such a good position, and I've completely bungled it. Okay, how long can we keep this self-loathing going? The Problem is my position might be resignable already. Well, it won't help to play extra slowly. Anything I can do? Can't even think of a move. Then I can also resign. King e6, pathetic. And knight c6 and resigns. Completely tilted here, but yeah. I think b5 is really the source of all my troubles, because black has to be fine here. If I go f6 or really anything instead of king e6, also rook d8, there's no way black is worse, according to my understanding, which might be wrong. But then all of a sudden I drifted into a lot of trouble. He had this very good plan of knight g1, knight f3, knight g5, and b5 was just, yeah, weakening my structure beyond repair. So instructive game by Saya against the Berlin. Still think I was fine, but lousy game by me again. Sad, I'm really not playing well today. But gotta give credit where credit is due. We're learning a lot. And we'll play against RWC. 94. See what he's up to. Poor Banterthon. Pep is gonna think, oh, Jan did good work over the night. I'm gonna take over with a brilliant new rating. But since I'm losing to every strong player I'm facing, it probably won't happen. Anti-Berlin. D3, bishop c5. Castles, my hunch, d6 the main move here, but knight d4 is also quite popular. My hunch is always if black can exchange this knight on c6, which is a dumb knight, for the good knight on f3, he should do it, even if it costs a little bit of time. So, I mean, in this game, in this position, famous games have been played. The most famous one probably Carlsen Aronian. You can check out my video series with Artur Yuspov where we talked about a brilliant victory by Levon Aronian on the black side of this position. But I had the feeling that black has to be okay. Queen f3 is interesting, intending to go bishop g5 or queen to g3. And I wish I knew how to react. I'll start with c6, clarify this bishop's intentions, then probably fall into long, agonizing thought. Yep, at least I knew what was going to happen. I guess I can castle. If bishop g5, h6, the endgame should be alright for me. Or I don't even have to go. Do I have to go h6? Not sure. Big thinking break here by RWC, but yeah, I thought bishop g5 was what he would play and what he should play. It's at least consistent with his queen f3 move. But I had a feeling this endgame shouldn't be too bad for me, because I do have the two bishops, d5. Keeps his knight in check. And yeah, I have these weaknesses on the king side, so I gotta be very careful, but it didn't feel too terrible. Getting sleepier. How do we fight all the sleep deprivation? No, not sleep deprivation, the sleepiness? That might be the word. G3. I'd like to chase his rooks around. Jump around. This might be a bit of a Pyrrhus victory. I trapped the exchange, so I'm winning an exchange, but I have to give up my nice bishop. And I have to still be very careful to keep the white squares under control. Like his knight could go to f5. It just starts with knight f3 now. And could be as strong as a rook. Still, can't pass up. Free exchange, of course, and the rooks do have the d file to operate on, so all things considered, it's still a pretty favorable operation for me, I would guess. Let's start with this one. I missed knight g2, but I'm actually happy that the knight didn't come to f5, because now, yeah, my position is just very, very good without too many extra headaches. But still, knight h4 to g2 is a legal move that maybe should have made it on my radar. It didn't though. Maybe that's a good thing, because this is kind of winning. e1. Interessant. What's his point? He wants to go bishop b6, knight e3, and then be able to recapture with the rook. But bad news, still can't recapture with the rook. Because of rook b1, the back rank mate. So, time to expand a little bit. Defend those guys just in case. And soon mating ideas will pop up. Let me show you. Go here. He's gonna take. Throw in a little check. Take this guy. Now rook a1 is a bit of an issue. After bishop d1, rook f2 is very unpleasant, threatening rook f1 checkmate, which can't be stopped. Therefore, RWC does resign. Thanks for the game. Wow, people in Australia are awake. Great to see where we have premium members. Paddy Westside from Australia. What's the time in Australia? Let me find out. I should use these shows to at least learn something about the world. Australia time, 9:59. It's morning over there? Looks like it's morning. That's a bit of a time difference, like 8 hours from here? I guess so. Australia should offer a lot of potential for chess comedy, because they like to say mate after every sentence. So let's hope I can end at least this game with mate, if not all my sentences. But no, there should be more potential. Yeah, we're playing some hybrid King's Indian. He put his bishop on d3, which I tried to exploit by going for this pin. And h3 is a mistake mate, because now d4 is loose. It's hanging, actually. He had to play bishop e2 to keep the queen covering d4. The one beef I have with all Australians tonight, at least, is that they're probably rooting for OKC, because OKC has Steven Adams, who is a pretty entertaining guy. I'll give them that, but I don't even know why I'm rooting against OKC, but I feel very strongly that I don't want them to win tonight. So apologies, Paddy Westside. We can't be friends today if you're an OKC supporter. Had the Spurs beaten them, we could root for Paddy Mills together, but like this, I'm gonna take your bishop and we'll be on different sides of the equation. Paddy Westside does resign. Sorry about that. Thanks for the game. Whom else do we play? Long list. Let's play our old friend Abrito. See what Abrito has in store today. Maybe he's not here. Where's Mr. Abrito? There he is. Knight f6. He always does the same stuff, as far as I know. So let's do that. He's gonna go for an early c5. Oh no! e5. Novelty. Ah yeah, and here he once, I think he once won a game against me with knight c6, which is a bad move. But he likes to stick to his guns apparently. Let's see how that goes. It's a 3-minute game. I slightly prefer 5, especially against strong opponents, because like this I really don't have a lot of time to commentate and play half well. But what to do? Knight g8, he wants bishop h6. Don't care. Or do I care? Yeah, let's castle into it. I feel it's too slow now to play f4 probably. The attacks, so castle should be alright. Take there. Nah, no need. Always exciting, the King's Indian, because even if you are winning on the queen side, you can still get mated on the king side. But in general, I have a feeling black shouldn't be able to play like that. But of course, in a blitz game, anything can happen. And it's tricky, because if things go wrong for white, you will get checkmated, which is not a very pleasant feeling. So let's see how they go. Many options, but I will fearlessly remove more pieces from the king side. Maybe I'll come to regret it. Hang on, what am I doing? I just thought about this 8 seconds ago and I thought, oh good, he can't go bishop d7 because d6 is hanging. Then he goes bishop d7 and I forgot about it. Yeah. Goes to show the great chess level that this stuff is being played at. Let's see what he wants. I guess g3 would be the typical thing, especially now that I removed my queen from the action. It's a little scary, but what to do? I'll take it. And now he just takes back knight b6. He wants g3. Fair enough. So let's mix things up a little bit. Guess my position is fine now, but as I said, in the King's Indian, you can get mated so quickly that you always gotta pay lots of attention. And I'm not sure rook a1 might have been pushing my luck. Then again, am I getting mated here? We'll find out, I guess. Gave him more play than he deserved, that's for sure. But I still feel like things might be okay. b7, that's a surprise. Oh boy, that's just sad. Kudos to Brito, I blundered my queen. Do I resign? Nah, not yet, but soon. there's no chance here. I'll just get mated. Good job, Arbrito. And yeah, the usual story. I thought I was playing a good game, but I always end up blundering something in these King's Indians. And this is where it happened. But yeah, of course, here Black can take on b5 immediately, so there were plenty blunders. And I probably should have stopped all that by maybe throwing in g3 here or something. I have a feeling this position is winning for white. But as mentioned, good game by him. He managed to confuse the issue. And once again, I went down. Let's play somebody else. Chi 0815. Probably his first game. Or has Chi played a game? He's played some classical games, but apparently no Blitz or bullet games. So I'm not sure about his real strength. But as you can see, I'm gonna lose pretty much every game today. Therefore, great chance to crush a Grandmaster. Let's see how it goes. Good old Queen's Gambit. Bishop f4 is, I think, slightly more venomous than Bishop g5. c6 is not supposed to be the best way to meet these Bishop f4 systems. Normally you want to play a system that's based on getting in c5 in one way or another. Here I'll play h3 to stop knight h5, because then my poor bishop would have to give his life after knight b7. But these positions are supposed to be a little better for white. I'll make a couple of waiting moves to avoid losing a tempo after bishop d3, dc4. Rook d1 and a3 are the typical useful waiting moves. Should he go knight f8, which many people do, then it's time to move this bishop. Also bishop f8. Now he's lost enough time that it's fine to get this out. And yeah, black is quite passive here. Knight d5 makes sense, trying to get rid of a bit of the material. I don't want to take in order not to improve his structure. But here this problem still remains, because it's not so easy to get in c5 or e5 especially. e5 is going to be very hard to do, and if... hang on, I was going to castle, but that allows knight e4. I don't want that. So, how do I stop it? Maybe bishop here. Bit of a strange move. Not sure that's best, but knight e4 bothered me. Well, bishop on c4 might not have been doing all that much. Bishop d6. GG0815 found his footing here. Opening didn't go so well, but now he's making good moves. Let's see what happens. Should still be better, because this is a typical trick which you have to watch out for after knight d7. If this bishop is unprotected, knight f7 wins a pawn and kind of ruins the black position. Same can be said about knight takes c6, but especially knight f7. This is bad news for GG0815. And yeah, the game is more or less over. Therefore, GG resigns. Thanks for the game, Mr. GG. Who else do we play? Programación Física from Peru. Really, a lot of Latinos around. Great to see that. What is Programación Física? Is that like a study course, programming and physics? I know the programmers used to study physics. I'll even move the clock so we can see your whole name. This is the opening that Aronian recently defeated Carlsen with, because Carlsen was surprised by it and he went g6, but Mr. Física goes for e6, followed by bishop d6. I'm not sure what I want to do. I think I want to transpose to some sort of Catalan. Knight d2 might look strange, but it seems like it makes sense to get an e4 very, very quickly against this setup, targeting the bishop on d6. I guess white should be a little better here. These positions, this is always a tricky decision, one I still struggle with. When you go c5, looks ridiculous at first sight because you're giving up the d5 square, but also really cripples black's chances for counterplay. If black can't get in c5 and he's stuck with his bishop on c8, it's very often worth doing. And the timing, I'm still not that great at understanding it, but in general, I believe white is better in this type of situation. Because black has to try to free himself with stuff like what he's doing, but that feels very, very risky. How do I punish it though? Knight d6 is possible, bishop takes, queen d6, de, queen d1, knight d1. Not sure how much it is, but why not play it? Might have sold my advantage a little too cheaply here. But... oh, queen d8? What's that? That just doesn't work. So a pre-move, which one should never do, because there's surprises, but now after queen d8, de, I'm just totally winning, I think. Why didn't you take on d6, Programmation? Now with all these pawns, things should not be good for black. Many moves, I'm not sure which one to choose, but the position is too good. Look at this pawn chain. g6, he wants to go bishop f5, which I could allow. It really doesn't help black's cause very much. Yeah, I don't mind. Intending after bishop f5, which I'm expecting will come sooner or later. Put my queen on d4. Well, after knight f8. This is a very inviting location. He has to go knight d5 to stop knight f6 check. The position, of course, remains absolutely terrible. But then I still have to find a way to get things done. And I might be willing to admit that knight e4 didn't get the job done. So I'm gonna return to sender. Played some strange moves here again. Oh boy. Not a lot to learn in this Banterthon, at least not from me. But tomorrow we bring in the big guns. Mr. Peter Svidler will teach us all a bit about chess, hopefully. And Pepe Cuenca is... no, he's also a very strong player. I shouldn't diminish his chess, but he's always extremely entertaining, and I really envy his energy, because I just don't have it, even in a wake state. But Pepe, there's no stopping him. He's like a football commentator. And yeah, the position is so good. It was hard to spoil it completely, but if we compare the position we have on the board now to the one we had on the board like 15 moves ago or whenever, when it was just resigns, it is still a pretty sad outcome. Gotta be a long night of self-loathing. It's time for the basketball to start, so I can get out of my own head and have something to watch. Yeah, not happy with the way I'm playing at all. And I care. That's the weird thing. I understand it's like 8-hour night shift and so on. And people might forgive me, but I still do care, which is so weird. Probably it's because I don't play that much competitive chess these days. So this is all I got. Good old Banter Blitz. But not very good at it. Very sad. Anyway, I'll crush Programmation Physica. But should have crushed him like 50 moves ago. Probably not 50. I should also say hi to guys who have joined us recently, both in Latino America and in the Northern Americas. Is that how you say it? Whatever. Canadians and US Americans and Latino Americans. Everybody, welcome to the show. This is me in Europe at 2:30 a.m. But that shall not be an excuse because I've been playing terribly ever since I started, even though I had this power coffee nap. And I'm gonna keep playing till 6 in the morning when Mr. Pepe Cuenca is gonna take over. All of these times are whatever time zone we're in. CET, Central European Time. So I think there's a 6-hour difference between here and the US East Coast. Like, I'll Google like world times. Is there some website that is gonna show me times in different spots? Yeah, here we go. That's too many spots though. Give me less. Let's have a look at the board and take this guy. Well, time zone map. That sounds interesting. That's too complicated too. Anyway, should tell me something. It's 1818 in Edmonton, Canada. Who would have thought? Denver is also 1818, probably because they're in the same time zone. 1918 or 7 p.m. in Minneapolis, 8 p.m. in Toronto. 9 in Goose Bay, wherever that is in Canada. 8 on the East Coast. How are things on the West Coast? Should be able to find the West Coast on the map. Come on, Jan, focus. This is Los Angeles, 5 p.m. Okay, back to the game before I lose on time studying time zones. That would be ironic, wouldn't it? Programación Física has done very well to hang around. Well, I haven't done very well at all, frankly. I'm still sort of winning, but I've really done everything in my power to spoil this lovely position I had. It goes to show how hard it is to spoil a completely winning position, even for me. Thought it was checkmate, but it isn't. How hard can this be? This looks like it's checkmate in like 3 moves. Rook f8, rook e5. It's not, right? Another game that probably won't enter my best games collection. But I did win on time. Yay me. Back to my studies of world time zones for a minute. I know what time it is here. What about Cordoba, Argentina? It's 9 p.m. or 9:20. Brazil, it's also 9:20. And 8 p.m. in Bolivia. I see. Okay, I got a rough overview. I'm not gonna help my chess all that much, I'm afraid. Play against Grey Wolf. Not Grey Worm, but Grey Wolf. Time to use the e-pawn. Good old French. I'm not a habitual e4 player, and when I do, I normally go knight d2. So This stuff I know a little from the white side, from the black side of the pillow, but not that much really. I thought in this move order, it's possible to start with this. I'm not sure if I'm making sense, and it's probably going to be too hard to explain, at least for me. But I thought his move order wasn't accurate. No clue why though. Castle here, is that a theoretical line? Normally one is not supposed to combine these Queen C7 and Castle lines, I would think. But not sure why. I'll sacrifice a bunch of pawns and hope things go well. Or I'm even willing to sacrifice a bunch of pieces, depending on circumstances. He's not biting. Now, no more sacrificing bunches of pawns. I was hoping for CD4 and then bishop h7 might already work, or castles dc3, bishop h7 felt like it should work, unlike my hair day. But now after knight g6, okay, I want to go h4, h5 as quickly as possible. c4 is probably a wise decision. Bishop g6, we would get some half theoretical type of position where I guess white is still better in this version, but I'll try to play it differently. Looks like Grey Wolf has handled this well though. I'm not sure if it was theory, especially the early go-around, but now he's got himself pretty typical French structure where I'm not even sure if white is better, frankly. e5 in the air. Not sure what I've done wrong. Maybe nothing. It's just life. In the French, you gotta deal with these slow positions. That's why whenever people say 1e4 is so much more aggressive, I'm not that sure, because you get all kinds of slowish positions after e4 as well. Even though Grey Wolf just hit accelerate by going e5. Things have become a little less slow again. Did I blunder bishop g4? Wow. I'm really out of it. To blunder my queen in one move is nothing I should be doing. This is cause for concern. I'm not going to resign as usual because I'm a bad sports. But this should not happen. I wanted to take first, but I didn't. And now I'm unfortunately queen down, which is a lot of material. A lot of odds to overcome. Like for the Warriors being down 3-1 against OKC, but they did it. So if the Warriors can do it, why can't I? Probably because they're kind of world class and because they weren't a queen down. But that's just excuses. I still have two bishops. And a rook. Promise if I go rook e7, he can even take on h5, and even that material balance is not very inviting for me. But I'll see if he does it. Also rook e8 just wins on the spot. If he goes rook e8, I might resign. I might. Might not. He's taking his time. Goes queen f4, which might also make me resign actually. Oh yeah, it's tough being a queen down. It's a hard knock life for us. But no resigning in the immediate future. Still have my bishops. Bishop to d5, bishop to e5. Yeah, whom am I kidding? Queen is a queen. It's too much. Yeah, this guy is a bit of a problem. admittedly. Not that I didn't have other problems. The main problem is this extra queen the guy has. Not easy to come up with a half sensible move. Which once again might be due to being a queen down. Okay, it's all agony anyway. Oops, nah, I'm gonna show you the full disaster, how it all comes to an end. I'm so lost. This problem, like rook b1, rook e4 is still completely crushing. Very little I can do to change the odds in my favor. Go for some bishop d5 confusion. b7, at least, well, rook e4 just wins, but at least queen b7 also wins. Everything wins. Yeah, this is simple enough, unfortunately. It's a whole rook. Looks like Grey Wolf, not to be confused with Grey Worm, from Lord of the Rings, will get the job done. Because a rook is a rook. Yeah, my position is not improving greatly. Still has 40 seconds, which should be more than enough. Also not helping my cause with the moves I'm making, but... That's what you came here for, to watch Grandmaster be a rook, no, 2 rooks and a knight down, trying to win on time. Or at least to... get a draw because of no material. Good game, Grey Wolf, who crushed me. Then again, I did blunder my queen, which was probably not very helpful to my cause. And the amount of terrible play is starting to get a little worrisome. Worrying. Not sure how we can turn it around. I guess just keep going. Hope for the best. I need a morale booster, and I think Tom Colin is exactly the guy to do it. No offense meant to Tom Colin. See, I can't even find the right window anymore. But I outrate you, so I like my chances here. This could be the final coffin in the nail. Tom Colin plays a French again. He's probably watched the last game. Now I need something new. I'll play Shachunsky style. I'll play Queen e2. Fighting against d5. No, I don't know if the queen on e2 is more terrible or the knight on f6. Probably. They cancel each other out to some extent. Tom Colin is also playing well. It's really no more easy opponent. He's trying to correct this knight being on c6, but this looks a little slow. Like even if you get in c5, it feels like he's losing more time than he should. Then again, my queen on e2. It's a bit of a funny sight as well, I'll admit. Still, this feels like things have gone well for me. Okay. Game starts in half an hour. I need to go on a strategic break soon to set up my laptop and to have headphones. Probably if I'm listening on headphones, it will be very hard for me to articulate anything. So I guess I can't do that. Long castles, so aggressive. I'm gonna meet fire with fire. I don't think I've played one single combination, like ever, in my Banter Blitz career. I should try to do that one day. Must be fun. But I don't know how. I just know to take pawns. So whenever I try to make it an attacking game or a sharp game, you've seen what happens. Tom Colin is hanging in there, but by now my confidence is so broken, I'm not even willing to give him any credit. Just too weak now. It's not you, it's me. Let's try to at least open the position around his king a little bit. Open the floodgates. This Banterthon might be the one that finally drives me into retirement. Lawrence Trent style, who retired a while ago. I think he's currently playing a tournament in Mallorca, but I could be... Ah no, he's in Shamkir. I think he played in Mallorca before. Now he's in Shamkir with... Wow, Karana beat Rajabov. He has 4.5 out of 5. Very impressive. Kudos to Fabi. I know you're watching. He played this Rosalimo, Robin van Kampen style. Well, Tom Colin's king is coming under more and more heavy fire here. Clicking through Fabi's game. He's pretty good, that kid. What else happened? How did Anit do? Anit won as well. Wow. Giri 4 out of 5. Karana 4.5 out of 5. Heating up that Shamkir thingy. Impressive. Really, the two highest rated guys showing their class. It looks like... Let me check the live chess ratings. For some reason I haven't followed stuff all that much. I was busy over the weekend. Oh! Geary picking up points left and right. And Fabiano 2817 live rating. That's very impressive. Establishing himself as number 2 behind this Norwegian kid again. A lot of action in the chess world. T7. Will I be able to wrap this game up? Probably not anytime soon. Let's go check. And Tom Colin resigned. Good game, Tom Colin. Yeah, there. I think this knight b8 followed by c5 was a bit much. This position, nothing too bad has happened. You can take, or you can even think about knight h6, intending to bring this knight to f7. I'm not sure, bishop h6 might be a problem, but you can take and then bring the knight to f6, or after de, probably play knight h6. So, yeah, thanks for the game. Let's play our friend Suki Ray from the USA. Seems like a nice guy, but he's a Cleveland fan, which of course does make him a lot less nice. But maybe he's from Cleveland. I keep forgetting. Are you from Cleveland? I think he is probably from Cleveland. So I should not... I don't have a problem with your city. If LeBron was still in Miami, I'd root against Miami. It's not a Cleveland thing. And this opening is another, don't try this at home situation. It's, what do you call this? Albin's Gambit reversed. I have no idea what it's called, but it looks entertaining at least. D takes e4. I'm going to go d5. Well, knight f6 is a perfectly reasonable move, which I have not yet thought about how to meet. That wasn't English. I guess e5, right? Poor Banterthon, his rating keeps going down. I'm feeling very guilty. I should really at least leave Pepe with a 2800 rating. But it looks like I'm not able to do it today. Can I take this pawn? Doesn't look that clear actually. CD4. After CD4, black is fine. Let me tell you my plan, what my plan was. After CD4, it was to go E6. I thought FE6, whatever, knight F4. Interesting stuff. But I did blunder, as I'm not sure you're not surprised, CD4, E6, Queen A5 check. But E6 is also perfectly fine. Suki Ray is outsmarting me here in the opening. Bishop e7 is a little timid. Just take on d4. If knight f3, there is even a tactical trick. Knight takes e5, knight e5, queen a5 check. Well, now I get to do a lot of loud chewing. And once I'm done with that, I get the chance to stabilize my center. So that was not necessary. You can have the b2 pawn. We're all friends here. Be my guest. Doesn't want it. All right. You don't want it. I'll keep it. I don't think many self-respecting players would have played rook to b1 and not castles as some normal move. But who said I was at any self-respect? f6 I can take here, or go queen e4 or take here. That'll look good, but I think I'll take here. Really impressive stuff by both Karana and Giri. I will start following the Shamkir a little more closely. I didn't know they were both doing so well. Rook f7. Castle I shall. Reading some video has frozen for me. That'd be bad news. Looks like we're okay. My position is quite okay too. Not sure how to break through though. Just gotta execute, stay aggressive. Sukire is bragging about his Queen takes d8 pre-move. Kudos to him. Okay, still. It's bragging, it's asking for punishment. Pre-move. You know it's a pre-move, so you can do whatever you want now. I'm playing so late because it's a 72-hour marathon blitz where someone's gonna be here playing at all times during the next 2.5 days. That's why I volunteered for, I don't know why I always volunteer for the night shifts. Maybe it's not that clever because I actually woke up early this morning. But here I am. I'll be manning the night shifts from 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. when our boy Mr. Quenton is gonna be taking back over. Then tomorrow during the day we have Sopiko Guramishvili, we have Peter Svidler, Russian dude, you might have heard of him, and so on and so forth. So it's gonna be a fun 3 days, except for me, because I'm playing badly and I'm tired, which is one of the more common excuses for playing badly, I would guess, together with sickness, amnesia, old age. I have all of those things. I've never lost a game when healthy in my life. And neither has anybody else. Look at me. Even Sukire got out of this lethal attack I was launching and into an endgame, where I'm material up, so my chances are okay. But my execution really lacks a bit of poise. I think that's the right word. But he doesn't want to play that endgame, which, yeah, in all fairness, I have an exchange and an extra pawn, so I probably would have won. But still early to resign. Thanks, Sukire, for the game. I'll play one more, and then I will get my basketball watching equipment ready. Whom do we play? Let's play Corzu 1-2-3 from New York to Germany. Where's he from? Netherlands, Antilles. You from Curacao? I've been to Curacao, played the tournament. Didn't play well, but I enjoyed it over there. What are the Dutch Antilles? It's Curacao, Aruba, Barbados. I should know such stuff, but really not good at anything. Let's find out. This G3, I think we had a game earlier where I was explaining that C5. I thought it was a good move, blah, blah, blah. Reading up on Netherlands Antilles. Wikipedia saying was completely dissolved in 2010. I'm so confused. I'm sure Corsu can tell us all about it. No time to study. Must crush. This is, yeah, whatever. Grunfeld or Schlechter system with colors reversed, where of course white is very fine. He can even take on c5 if he so chooses. But it doesn't look too scary. Bonaire, St. Martin. Sounds very Dutch. Oranjestad. Both St. Eustatius and Aruba have a capital called Oranjestad. That's not very creative. Come on, guys. Knight bd2. What to do? Let's go h6 just to give this bishop a lifeline should it ever be bothered with knight h4. Suki Ray says he's a Knicks fan, he just doesn't hate LeBron. If you don't hate LeBron, you're a Cavs fan in my book. But being a Knicks fan, I feel for you. You dodged a bullet there, didn't you? With your boy Kurt Rambis? That would have been fun. Like, I would have given me some sick pleasure if Kurt Rambis would have become the coach. But you got lucky there. Still, Hornacek doesn't strike me as a triangle guy necessarily, so interesting things about to happen. Let's see how Mr. Jackson stages his exit to go to the Lakers. A lot of fun developments in Nickland. Unfortunately, it won't lead to a title, but I'm sure you know all that. So, enough basketball talk, which no one really cares about or is even following. More crushing Corsu, who's kind of playing well. Like, I don't like his setup, but knight fd2, intending e4, at least makes sense. But I'm starting to think that not everybody's massively underrated and outplaying me, but that I'm not playing very well. So it's gonna be hard. Why is this? I disconnected? No, I'm right here. What are you talking about? Bring me back. Is that connection problems? Tom Colin asks if he can apply for a rematch. Anybody can challenge me whenever I want, but I tend to give preference to guys I haven't played before. So chances are slimmer. Yeah, that's all I got. It depends like how many challenges there are and where I click randomly. But I normally try to slightly prefer those guys I haven't played yet. That's my usual Banter Blitz approach. I haven't really put in that much thought into any systems, because whatever system you do, there's complaints. So I just click on whoever I want. That's the system I came up with. As you can see, not making a lot of sense. Pazertico can see me. Yeah, that's sort of the point of this enterprise. Because I was wondering if there's internet problems. Gotcha, thanks. Really losing my mind. Warriors, come out and play. Would be so sickening if OKC won this, because then, yeah, all the stories would be about their mental toughness, how dealing with adversity and looking like they were already out of it, they came back and blah, 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 and Russell Westbrook is relentless. I just can't have it. Warriors gotta do it. And thanks for the game, Corsu123. We're gonna go on another break to set up everything there is to set up for my basketball viewing pleasure, but I, of course, will keep playing Blitz while watching and chewing. See you guys in a couple minutes. Later, traders. Welcome back, boys and girls. Oh, this t-shirt is a little see-through. I've changed into... It's hot in here because of all the lights, I'm guessing. I still don't understand why we have like 18 lights in the studio, so you can see every pickle on my face. What's the word? Pimple? I don't know. Anyway, the game OKC against Golden State is about to begin. So, of course, my main focus is going to be on that. The good news is I can't possibly play any worse than I've played so far. Or at least I would hope so. Therefore, we're going to keep the action going with me having even less focus. So if you ever wanted to defeat a Grandmaster, humiliate him, then now is your chance. Louis F50 is the first one to get a shot. And to make things even worse for me, I'm going to go for this horrible 1e4 move again. Now I really feel naked with this in this t-shirt. I gotta put on something else. So self-conscious. What else we got? Good thing is I always have backup clothes. In this little studio, so magical wardrobe change. Didn't iron any of those things. And it looks like Louis F50 was polite enough to wait for me to put on a jacket. You know what? Enough with this knight takes d4 stuff. Let's go queen d4. Knight f6, I think this is theory. e5 and knight c6, bishop b5, queen a5 check, knight c3, queen takes b5, stuff like this. Not 100% sure. Is this game starting or what? Let's go full screen. Nah, it's still pre-game nonsense. You guys probably know, if you've been following my shows, that I don't care much about football. I didn't watch the Champions League final. I do know that Real won though, but I am a bit of a basketball nerd. So I follow very closely, which is not ideal for a European. Also not ideal might have been knight takes e5. Maybe knight g5 was the punishment. I don't know. Let's get some pieces out. And hope to cash in on the fact that his king on d8 is a little vulnerable. Oh, Chris Webber, Reggie Miller doing the commentary. I wish the Stan Van Gundy team, the Jeff Van Gundy team was commentating this series, not the other one that's over already. But Chris Webber is a pretty good broadcast guy too, I'll give him that. I'm getting my pieces out here. Time to do something. Don't know what. The usual problems. I guess continue to get pieces out. Can't be too wrong. Starting fives. No surprises. Durant, Ibaka, Adams, Robertson and Westbrook for the Thunder. And let's see. I wish Golden State would put Iguodala in the starting lineup for once, but oh, they did! Boom! That's good news. Sorry, Harrison Barnes, but we really can't have you starting. That's great news. Kudos to Steve Kerr for finally doing this. That's very exciting. And yeah, this is mainly going to be a basketball show from now on, with some Blitz games thrown in. And I'm very, very happy to see Iguodala starting. I don't understand why the Warriors started Barnes for 3 years. I think it doesn't make sense. Iguodala is just a much better player, especially defensively. To have him on Durant from the get-go, such a plus. That, yeah, excited they actually pulled the trigger on that one. Thunder win the tip-off. This evil guy, Steven Adams. And Louis F50. And no, I don't care about the NHL at all. Sorry, I'm strictly NBA. Draymond Green. Can't finish the layup. We've seen that before. What's going on here, Louis F50? Taking forever. So beautiful to have Iguodala and Durant. Can't get anything done. Look at this. Bishop takes. Boom. 2-0. Slightly better in the chess game as well. A lot of excitement. Threatening checkmate. Rook c4, bishop c6, rook c6. It's not checkmate. Thought I was threatening something, but then it turned out I wasn't. Still have a bit of an initiative here. Not sure it offers anything substantial though. Let's find out. a6, can you do that? That feels provocatively slow to me. I might have rushed with rook d1 check, because now you can go knight d5. Or knight d7 actually, yeah. Just playing too badly. That is a typical chess problem. Bishop c7, king c8 doesn't work, so I guess I have to take on g7, but then it's really not very much. Knight d6, there's knight takes e5. Nah, nothing works, so I have to take here. Play this position where Louis f50 is out of the woods almost. Maybe, just maybe, I'm not sure about this at all. Maybe I'm still slightly better. Now black is fine. The king on c6. But what to do? Oklahoma up 4-2. That's bad news. Come on, Steph. Lovely move, but couldn't finish. Bit like this game. Yeah, gotta get Steven Adams in foul trouble. Gotta get Louis f50 in time trouble. So many things to do. Don't know why I provoked b6. Doesn't feel like it achieved all that much. To put it mildly. Mildly, Cyrus. Oh, at least they scored for once. Come on, Robertson. Take a 3. That's what we all want to see. Yes, for the game I was better out of the opening, then I've seriously bungled it. Now I'm not sure if I'm better anymore, probably not. But I am much better on the clock, which is, as usual, the main source of my hopes for this game, because he has 22 seconds left only. Playing well though, gotta give him that. Go away. To square one, huh? Go away again. Still didn't achieve anything. Oh my random moves. Check. Go away. Random moves. Time's running out. Louis f50. Lost some time. Good game by Louis f50 though. What's the score? 11-7. Come on, Warriors. Don't oversleep the first quarter. That's gonna make things way too hard. Whom have I not played, or has Banterthon not played out of this list? Looks like he has not played Vagelis. More e4. 11-10. Okay, that's more like it. What's up, Vagelis? You asleep? I am tired. That's probably why I look tired. It's 3 in the morning. I get up early. But I only have 3 more hours to go. Then it's Mr. Quenton back at it. And Vagelis finally showed up. It's that time of the day to unleash the King's Gambit. Not the best opening known to man. What do they do here? Goofy stuff, I guess. Who needs a Game of 6 recap? We've all seen Game 6. Yeah, Starbucks tends to be closed in this hemisphere at 3 a.m. I'm not sure how it is over there. But very hard to get Starbucks. I might start fighting with the coffee machine again soon. My t-shirt really looks too messed up. You can't dress like that during a serious Banterthon. G4. That move I am not familiar with. Looks natural though. Maybe Queen B5 check was a critical test. But how many laws of chess can you break in 5 moves? Gotta get the pieces out. And even the King's Gambit I will transform into a pawn grabbing operation. Don't you worry. Wherever there's pawns to be grabbed. I'm right there. For the taking. Looks like I've done some damage here. Yeah. Strength in numbers. Weird fans dancing around. Don't care. Just want to see the game. That's the problem with watching these basketball games live. These breaks are so agonizingly long. That's why sometimes it's nice for me to watch them in the morning and you can just get rid of all the breaks. So it takes an hour to watch one game, not 3 hours. Here I'm a rook up, so my chances look pretty good. Out of coffee. I'm gonna have to get new coffee and change t-shirts. It really looks too messy. Can't do that. Tomorrow I'll dress up. Tomorrow's gonna be my dapper banter blitz night. I think I play better when I'm dressed up too. Is this game continuing? Looks like it. Draymond running around. Don't get another flagrant, Mr. Green. Curry missing shots, but he normally does it in the first quarter. Not worried about Steph. As for the game, not worried either. Checkmate, Mr. Vagelis. No new customers, no new premium members. Okay, I'll give Nasty King 37 another chance, who I think wasn't around last time I tried. And I'll go for another lovely G3 game. G3 or not to be. This stuff Many options. dc4 is my personal favorite. c6 is fine. And d4 is also a move. c6, now the point is this Aronian Carlsen game that you're on time to put the bishop on b2 before black gets in any knight e4s. So this position I thought gave decent chances for a slight advantage. After knight b7, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go d3 or d4. I'll go d4. If in doubt, grab some space. What's happening over there? Knight e4 looks fairly logical. I'm wondering if I should just develop or if I should do some artificial stuff. Nah, just develop it is. This move feels slightly wrong, I don't know why. I was thinking about knight e1 followed by f3. But then I thought I really gotta watch this game, so I can't do anything too fancy. Warrior's down 4, but that's not the end of the world yet, of course. Knight f6, I guess I should occupy this square as long as there is a chance. He's probably gonna take and go knight e4 again. I'll retreat and whatever. We'll move back and forth. Back and forth. Yep, all perfectly sensible stuff. I don't have any big ambitions. I just want to finish the opening in peace, go e3, queen e2, put my pieces somewhere, try not to get checkmated early. That's all I want from life. f6 is quite ambitious. Like, it's similar to what I was considering with colors reversed, but of course it slightly weakens the structure and limits this bishop, so I don't mind seeing it. Curry to the basket. Beautiful. Rook e8, he really wants to go e5, but is that a good idea? Not so sure. You should never discourage your opponent from executing his bad ideas. Maybe it is a good idea though, then I should have discouraged it. So complicated chess. But I was hoping that these pawns might be more liabilities than assets in this situation, because they both require a bit of care and I might have some threats like knight b4 already. Queen a5, good move, I guess. Yep, that is a good move. Interferes with all my great plans. Don't like it when that happens. And I don't know what to do. b4 feels very, very wrong because it's weakening all these squares. But I couldn't think of anything better. Playing terrible chess. Focus. Warriors dance team, so I have time to focus because I'm not missing anything. And knight d6 missed knight c5. Exciting! All of a sudden I'm winning out of nothing. Very exciting development. And Master King 37 resigns here. Knight d6 sort of spoiled everything here. Whatever. Not threatening anything. King h8. Knight d6 was a problem. So, next game. Real Patzer, still awake. Maybe not. Maybe he's went to sleep. Start the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Sorry, Real Patzer. This is the slower time of the day. Where the people at in Latin America, in the United States of America, in Canada, they're probably watching basketball, and I'm not blaming them. That's what I would be doing. That's actually what I am doing. So, can't complain when we get a Trompovsky against Mr. Normal Name, which, as I've mentioned before, does not strike me as such a normal name. This line with d5 and gf6 is my favorite line. I think ef6 is perfectly fine as well. But did I play this? I played this against somebody recently during the Banterthon. e6 is the main move, arguably, but I thought this stuff was possible as well. Can't remember what I'm supposed to do after c3 though. Maybe I'm supposed to start with a5, not with e5. Probably am, actually. You never know. How does this go? Is this suicide? Bishop b5, bishop d7 takes b5. Looks a bit like suicide, so I'll go for another suicidal option. Play d4. No, I've done something wrong. Again, no, e4 is not the problem. e4 cannot be the problem. Bishop c4 bothered me. Not that I know what to do after e4, but it doesn't feel like it's the problem. Yeah, still no clue. I guess I'm gonna allow him a passed pawn on c6 if he wants one. This looks like madness too. How to not play the Trompovsky. Another exciting video lesson by opening specialist Jan Gustafsson. Warriors down 5. Come on, Warriors. Just play well. Can't hit a shot. Yeah. Breaker 2. Breaker 90 is watching, no, is listing superhero movies. Not sure why. Ah, that's the X-Men family. I guess that's all the X-Men franchise movies. Haha. That was a long break to come up with 92 by Mr. Normal Name. This move, I'm not sure if he could have gone for b5, knight a5, c6. Was a little concerned about it, but not overly. Now, let's do some stuff with tempo. No, Deadpool is sort of X-Men. He's not wrong. If you need a nerd arbiter, I'm your man. I guess I'm in decent shape here. I haven't thought as usual, but Queen c2, Rook c8, or no, Queen c2, d3 wins. It looks like with this pass pawn and the two bishops, my position should be close to winning. What should I do? Maybe Queen b4. Yep, reaching peak levels of sleepiness. That's probably why all you guys actually went to sleep like normal people. Not gonna be able to do it tonight, but I don't have to get up early, so I'll show up. Warriors still down 5, which, yeah, I don't like, especially at home. They should, well, come out and put some pressure on the Thunder. Like, I'm putting pressure on Mr. Normal Name here. Let's move the clock to show his whole normal name. Not sure it fits. Yeah, more or less. Queen b4, I thought that was the best move. Indeed. Gotta be a little careful not to blunder some Queen g3 check, or even worse, Knight g3, Knight f5, followed by Queen g3 check. So I'll try to keep that in mind. Not sure I'll manage to keep it in mind, though I already forgot sort of when I played Rook b8. So now it's time to get scared. Get out the way. Yeah, I don't care about this pawn all that much. Or do I? Nah, you can have it. Knock yourself out. It looks like someone's in the office. Exciting. Is this a Blair Witch situation? Nah, they played in a forest, right? So it's not. Let's see if someone's gonna enter. That was my reasoning for not caring about this pawn. And let's see who gets checkmated first. It's a race to the finish line, but I managed to get there first. Very close. Give him one more move and I'm being checkmated. Let's play Quarian 3. Not Aquarium, but Quarian. More e4. What's the score? Oh, Draymond. Oh no, that was Zelik with the dunk. I'm not sure playing chess, commentating basketball without you guys actually being able to see the basketball is such a great idea. Won't stop me, but I'm not sure it's such a great idea. Good old Real Lopez. Phone. Can't pick it up. Oh no, that was wrong, I guess, right? Do they go 95 here? Is this a thing? Is this the Norwegian system or something? Not sure. Could be a thing. Probably instead of Rook e1, there's other options. Okay, how bad can it be? So you do your Queen takes or Knight takes? I'll go Knight takes. Keep an eye on that square. Yeah, not an impressive first quarter for the Golden State Warriors. Not impressive first 11 moves for Jan Gustafsson either. Yeah, go premium, bingo 2828. I need fresh victims. It's a slow time of the day or the night. So we need more premium guys to join the party. And I'm not sure if you can tell by my face, but I am just a little bit tired. So if you ever want to crush a Grandmaster, today is the day, as countless others have already proven. Oh boy. Gonna be very, very upset if the Warriors lose this game. Or will I? I would forgive OKC if they beat Cleveland in the finals. It's not that I dislike OKC that much, I just want Cleveland to lose. And I don't trust OKC to get the job done. Maybe I should. If they do beat Warriors and Spurs, they might just be good. King h8 is a bit of a misstep. King g7 had to be done. Variant. Sorry about that. I'll play against Mr. Luis Delgado. If he's around. Goes d4. So he is around. Warriors down 9 already. I'm already starting to question everything I know about basketball and chess. I was gonna say about life, but I don't know anything about life that's not related to chess or basketball. And yeah, I've talked about this earlier, that I think in this particular move order, if you can get in e5 quickly, this should be a pretty good version for black and all that. Can I go here? I guess I can go here. Now I might have to do something though. Alright. Wasn't sure if knight b5 was a problem here. You know what? Let's spice it up by playing this plan, which I don't really like. Disclaimer, don't like my plan. But feeling like spicing it up. Knight d5, probably a good move. Opening the c file and all that good stuff. I'll just mindlessly push my pawns forward. That's my approach to the game. Bishop f5 didn't really fit that approach though. Don't like it either. Should have stuck with it. Bishop g4 invites me to go back to my approach. I need that c7 too, so worth spending a tempo to keep him alive. And then it's back to mindlessly pushing pawns forward. Nah. That's why I can't play any serious openings, because I'm just too concerned about all my little pawns and I can't make active moves. Now I'm probably in trouble because of that, because after bishop a6, if my rook goes somewhere, it's going to be very hard to keep that pawn covered. Yeah, not playing very well, the usual story. It's a bit shocking that everybody in the world, and I mean no offense, but that everybody is just crushing me. But that's how the cookie crumbles. If you don't play well, people can tell. Time for extreme measures. You know what my plan was? It's sort of embarrassing to admit, but I'll do it. My plan was, if this queen moves, I'm going to go knight to c7 and block his passed pawn. Now I'm starting to see the problems with my thinking there. That's not a legal move, and therefore I am dead lost. But such is life. It's really sad how I'm playing. I'm embarrassed by it. As should the Warriors be. Down 10 points on your home floor against Oklahoma. 0 points in the last 3 minutes. That's just as sad. Maybe it's not quite as sad as my position, which really is pretty much resigns. If he comes up with queen b5, it's not a very hard move to make. Queen a6 is also not bad, but I thought queen b5 was just insta-resign. What is this about? You want to go queen b5 now? Whatever. Yep, that is legal. All I can do is try to not lose in one move, because I'm lost already. As long as I can keep this bishop boxed out, I might have a chance. Oh, looks like the Warriors finally scored. Someone probably hit a triple. a5. Come on, stop this. Okay, I guess I'll take, no? Maybe I shouldn't take knight b3. Okay, I'll ignore everything. Looks like my alarm is going mad. I didn't tell it to ring at any random time. But it does. Go away. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Felt smart doing it, but it wasn't smart. Shouldn't have provoked b3. With hindsight. He's trying to free his bishop, but that comes at a price. Fairly steep price, actually. Sad thing is I might still be lost after all those heroics, but no, I guess I'm not lost anymore. This pawn is a bit of a factor now. How to do this? Just take here. Sorry, I'm talking to myself, but I do that sometimes. And Luis Delgado resigns. Yeah, I did not play a great game there. But that can be said of most games. Who's next? Roland 298 from Peru. That's what I'm talking about. Latina America. I need help here. Oh boy, this game is not going the way it should be going. Someone's saying, how's he still going without getting tired? I've been dead tired for a while now, and I've played badly too. I even played badly before I got tired. Now I'm really tired. And the reason I stayed up to watch the Warriors crush OKC is not exactly going according to plan either. So things could be better. You know what? Let's play the good old exchange Rui Lopez. One of the dullest openings known to man. Queen f6. This is the line I played myself earlier tonight. Not sure what's theory, but h6 feels a bit off topic, because now my bishop can go here with gain of tempo, which looks like a decent diagonal for it to occupy. Very sad to watch that game. It's pawn here, but probably too early to take it. Bring some pieces out first. Yeah, I'm not sure if OKC can beat the Spurs and the Warriors, if they means they can beat the Cavs. I think, especially Durant has it's a bit of a LeBron big brother complex, and he has a horrible, horrible score going up against LeBron. So I don't trust them that much. Then again, if they win this tonight, and frankly, they have kind of been the better team throughout the series. They deserve it and all that, but nah, that sounds like good sports talk. They deserve it. Who cares if they deserve it? Lose! Give me that pawn. Peter Peterson is chiming in. Nasty King is going to watch OKC. You can stay. We're all watching OKC. Keep us posted. So sad though. Okay, at least it's back to 10 again. Must unpin. I don't hate LeBron. I just like rooting against him better. And yeah, I started doing that ever since this decision thing, which I'm sure he regrets and has matured and all that, but also, nah. The guy is a bit of a weirdo, like all this subtweeting and so on. It's interesting, and I can only imagine how tough it is being him. Blah, blah, blah. But it's more fun to root against him. That's really all I got. And this decision show, come on, that was a bit pathetic. Also this party they had in Miami to introduce their heroes without having played a single game. Not one, not two, not three, not four, and all that. Like, we could say it's been 100 years. Let's move on. But nah, let's keep hating him. Let's root against him. More fun. But hate is way too strong a word. I don't hate any sportsman. I just enjoy basketball more rooting against LeBron's teams. And since that is my main interest in watching, being a hater, I want the team that I thought had the best chance to beat him in the finals, which are the Warriors. But OKC has, yeah. done an extremely impressive job against both the Spurs and the Warriors so far. So they certainly would have a chance. I just don't trust them to hang in there. I'm not buying all their mental toughness talk and so on. Well, thinking about bishop h3, gh, bishop takes e5, which I'm not sure why I was thinking about that. Check. Yeah, surprisingly, it's not mate yet, but we'll get there. This is threatening. Queen d8. Don't tell anybody. And no, I won't consider playing non-premiums. I'm sorry. Gotta, yeah, give some bonuses to the guys who keep the lights burning in here. Therefore, it's only premium members. But first of all, I'm sure we won't run out of premium members, and you can always become one. And if we do, I'd be glad to watch a bit of basketball. But I'm afraid it's not going to happen. Checkmate! Oh, Evan Blindfold from Japan. Is that right? Didn't even know you guys play chess in Japan. That's not true. I know they have a pretty tough Olympic team, actually. People hate playing Japan because they feel all these guys are underrated and very dangerous. What is it with my alarm? Finally broke my phone too, to ring every 8 seconds. There's no alarm set anywhere. Stop it. Just set random alarms for itself. Sorry, Evan Blindfold. Back on track. Very confusing. What's going on there? Okay, we're back to 7, so Warriors at least sort of sticking around still to score 28 points with, how long did they play? 22 minutes? Is pretty sad. It's not 22 minutes yet. It's what? I can't do math. 19 minutes? Go to King's Indian. This is the trendy line, which I guess I should study one day, but there's so many lines on the have to study them list that probably I will never get around to it. Back to 9. What do they do here? G4? Should G5? Guess they go G4 actually, right? Played A6. I thought he played A5. My vision is impaired, but I think A5 is a better move too. It's a theoretical move. H6 stops bishop G5. Still strikes me as a little slow, so don't mind seeing that. Wow, Pazzertico doesn't know who LeBron is. That's quite stunning. But I'm very ignorant about football, or soccer, as us fake Americans call it. So can't blame him too much for it. Still, I think the guy's pretty famous. Give me that knight. And Evan Blindfold resigns without giving me that knight. Yeah, that's why you go A5, not A6, so you can't be bothered there so easily. Who's next? It's like a bunch of dudes awake in the States. Let's play Breaker 90. Oh, they even adjust the board. What's going on? Why are they so happy? Who's the kid? It's not Steph Curry, is it? No. E4, C5. What do I do this time around? Maybe play the Khan. Not the Karo Khan, just the Khan. Don't know bishop e2 to be perfectly honest. I always go a3 in this position to stop bishop b4. But this could also be quite dangerous. But now f3, since you refuse to develop, I will try to blow the position wide open before you do. Not sure I'll succeed. Queen a4 check is probably a good move. Knight c6, knight takes, and I have to throw in bishop takes c3, which I'm not that eager to do. But I guess I have to. He castles, fair enough. Can I go dc or is then queen a4? A bit of an issue again. Knight c6, knight takes, bishop c5 check. And now I'm curious though, so let's find out. Knight d4 check I was more concerned about, b5, knight b5, but I'm not sure if it worked. This is more sane, of course. Can I go b5 now? I guess not, yeah? Knight b5. Nah, can't do it. So I have to do this and accept slightly worse endgame. Not what my dreams are made of, but such is life sometimes. Try not to let things get too out of hand, but frankly, war is back to 4. Frankly, gonna be tough. I'm already seriously worse. But no, I don't want to lose to Breaker 90. He's too active in the chat. Can't lose to people who are active in the chat, because they will remind me of my failures. I like when I do that thing of starting a sentence and having no idea how to finish it, so my verbal cadence becomes even stranger than it normally is. Yeah, here I'm worse. I don't know if knight b5 works or whatnot, but I'm obviously worse. Rook e7, probably a good move. Knight d5 is a little too tame, I would guess. Looking for a way to mix it a little bit. Not that this led to the most exciting position ever, but I guess now I'm no longer worse, and I might even win the b2 pawn, which on paper, you know, it's a pawn. b3, all of a sudden it's a bishop. Sorry, I think he probably expected rook b8 and played b3. Too quickly. That's how it goes. And yeah, the game is getting away once again. Can't you score, Warriors? You're supposed to be a good offensive team. Boy, this is hard. Painful to watch. And I'll play against our friend Anit Sonny, also from the USA. And yeah, I'm with you, Breaker. I hate my life as well, watching that basketball game and the way I'm playing chess. So we have that in common. But yeah, sorry for that bishop blunder. That wasn't necessary. I will give you that. Anit Sonny from the USA. Let's see if he's a Robin van Kampen disciple. Because d5, that's too aggressive here. You're not ready to open the position like that. If you play the Sicilian, you want to be more patient. Go queen c7, a6, knight f6, bishop e7, and you think about d5 in 100 moves. But here it should backfire because the opening of the center will not be in your favor. I'll go for some cheap tactics, mainly for educational reasons. After queen e5 check here, bishop e3, queen takes d5, knight takes c6. There could be problems for black, and I wanted to show Anit Sony the value of developing. Now I can't do it. Was a cute line, queen d5, knight c6, bc, queen d5, and queen b5, queen d8, checkmate. But now I'm gonna have to play more boring stuff. Very important not to pre-move short castles here. If he goes bishop d6, things could end badly. Takes here, I'll take here. I don't want to exchange queens, so I'd rather be piece down, I guess. Oh boy, bishop d6 was a stronger move. Still bishop d6. Not a very instructional game for Anit Sony because I'm playing too weakly, but still, take my word for it, d5, all this stuff doesn't really work, even though my punishment has been less than stellar. Can't believe the Warriors are down 11 with 2:52 to play in the first half at their home floor. 33 points for Golden State. It's just, at least stay close. Like, you know these guys are gonna wear out and overpace, but it's painful to watch. Give me that queen. Looks like Anit Sony has disconnected. What's going on there? Come back. Give me your queen. That's a pity. Looks like he really did disconnect, and he's making us wait for 4 more seconds until I can claim glorious victory. Yay me. And I play our old friend Maharishi, number 3. Good old close Sicilian. Finally, some signs of life from the Splash Brothers. You know what? You can go b5, because it's Monday. On Monday, 3 b5s for everybody. Want to? Still, 3 b5s. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I've seen people go for early f5s in similar positions. Boom. Nice shot by Mr. Stephen Curry. Good defense. Didn't look like very good possession. At least it's back to 7, so some hope still. Sad to watch this. What's going on, Maharishi? You fell asleep, or are you too scared of my looming attack after f5? Knight f6, fair enough. I don't really have a clue, so nothing to get too afraid of. What am I supposed to do? Knight g5 doesn't do that much, does it? Fe, knight g5. I don't know, man. No, I'll go for this other standardish plan. Surely castle to put my queen on h4 and all that. The Barnes stress score? I'm gonna have to question everything I believe in. If Harrison Barnes starts spearheading the comeback. No offense, Harrison Barnes. Okay, some offense, but I know you're not watching. Much easier to talk trash about basketball players. Might talk some trash about Maharishi if he keeps up these weakening moves. But I'm not in a position to talk trash about anybody chess-wise today. Just playing too badly. Too bad. Tempting to take this guy. Yeah, let's take it. Come on. Let's do this. Don't you worry. As usual, I have calculated absolutely nothing, I promise. If you give me a piece, I'll take it. Don't make things too easy. Castle kingside. Make me earn it. Westbrook is missing every shot and still the Warriors are down 7. It's really, really sad. Give me all that. So down 6 at halftime. Well, it's not too bad considering a pathetic performance. Still some chances, but not the game I was hoping to see. Also not the game that Maharishi was hoping to play. But such is life sometimes. Oh, sorry. Starting to get just a little tired. I'm still spotting mate in once, but that's about it. It's halftime, so I feel it's a great time to take another little break, get another coffee. Look at me, I should start wearing makeup to look less like a character from Fear the Walking Dead, show I've never seen. Thank you guys for sticking around. Keep challenging, because I'm gonna need a lot of opponents to take us through the night, the next 2 hours, especially while I'm still here. See you soon. Welcome back, guys. Really got too warm, so I'm not gonna care about aesthetics anymore. I'm just gonna crush you guys in a t-shirt, and nah. There won't be a lot of crushing, let's face it. What is this? Is the sound on? Ah, the sound is on my laptop. That's not ideal. I thought I switched off, but I only switched the what's it called? The basketball sound off, apparently. So I'll correct that, and I'll play the infamous Devil. Keep going e4, which I'm less good at. Not that I need any extra handicaps today, but how bad can e4 really be? Why am I recording locally? I'm not supposed to record locally. Stop local recording. We're streaming live. This is 2016. Maybe the devil has gone to bed. And no worries, Anit Sony. Happens. Come on, infamous devil. Infamous. So tempting to say infamous, even though I know it's wrong. Not famous, infamous. But he's not here. Sorry, dude. Who is here? A Suarez? Is he still awake? He's in Spain. He should be sound asleep. Maybe people just went to sleep and left their challenge pending. It's very possible. I do not know. That's what I would guess. So I should probably focus on people from across the narrow sea who still have more civil times. Yeah, A Suarez is sleeping, isn't he? Are you sleeping, A Suarez? I guess so. Where's our US premium members at? A lot of good stuff at Chess24. Go premium. It can greatly improve your game. I honestly believe that. Let's play against John Topo Heineken from Paraguay. Is he from Paraguay? Yeah. John Derek Heineken from Paraguay. No excuses there. Oh, missed you, infamous devil. Sorry, man. John Topo Heineken. Not around? Ah, there he is. Goes e4. What do I do? Let's play the Sicilian. Feel this might be time to unleash the dragon. Of course I'm still playing. It's a Banterthon. But I'll only play 2 more hours, then Mr. Pepe, the Iron Man himself, is gonna take over. Again, then, yeah, some more program. Peter Svidler is doing the afternoon shift before I get back to my nightly grind. So you can look forward to that, Svidler, from... I'm not sure I talked it over with him. I think I wrote him down for 5 hours. Not sure how happy he's going to be about it. But he's certainly going to be around. Sopiko Guramishvili is going to do an hour. So full program. I changed the monkey shirt. It's hot in here because of all the lights, so I had to do some shirt changing. What is this line? So early, bishop c4, bishop b3. Can I exploit that? I wish I knew such things. Maybe I can't exploit it. I'll try though. I'll take here and go bishop e6. Even though that doesn't really feel like punishment. You probably shouldn't take, but just go whatever. Queen d2. Short castle is also legal. I guess white is in fact a tad better in these positions. Not that much though. Queen a5, I'm sort of announcing I'm not intending to take on b3 anytime soon. I want to play most like rook c8, knight d7, whatever. This question, how to challenge Banterthon. That's my name. It should be below the video, so hover over the Banterthon thing and click on challenge. Challenge to a 3 or 5 minute game. And we shall play chess. I promise I won't play very well. Even though I'm trying to, believe it or not. Just not able to do it. Queen d3, I guess it's time for this stuff. Now we get this weird structure where I think black is probably fine. Not sure how to arrange my pawns. But I guess I should be okay to go e5. He's probably going to go queen d5. I would probably take... No, I probably won't go queen d5 because I would take queen d2 and put this knight here. This central structure seems quite resilient to me. No, I told you guys you can't buy the monkey shirt online. You gotta go to Thailand. Go to Khao San Road. You get it there. I've completed my setup. Still don't know what I want to do next. But for now, position looks pretty decent. And b4 seems like it's helping my cause. It's very weakening. Where do I go? Maybe back. Let's go back. Because it seems like c2 is dropping. Pawn is a pawn. Tron is trying to justify it by going for some sort of attack. But the attack does not look that scary. Because as I said, this construction I got going here is actually pretty resilient. I'll pretend I'm trying to exchange queens when I'm really trying to checkmate him with rook c1. I'm afraid John is gonna see through that and go for the endgame, where he's worse, but game ain't over if he comes up with e5 especially. How to do this? Guess it's worth taking half a timeout to stop e5 and possibly put both my rooks on the whatever it is, second rank. b6 gives him some play after a5. I don't want that. How are we on the clock? I'm ahead on the clock. That's always good. Well, I can change that by thinking a lot. Looks like John decided to speed up, understandably, but it did cost him a bunch of material. Sorry, John Topo Heineken, also for mispronouncing the name. Sorry, Novitian, you didn't stop by in Khao San Road when you were in Thailand? Always gotta go to Khao San Road. It's a very nice place to go anyway. Very laid-back vibe over there. And okay, I'll give Mr. Devil another chance. See if he's back. There he is. Time for good old g3 King's Indian. Don't think I've played one of those today yet. And this setup with e3 knight e2. Not the most impressive setup ever invented, but it's sort of easy to play with white. It can't be bad, really. Still halftime break in the Warriors OKC game, where Warriors had a disappointing first half. But at home they gotta get it done in the second half, come on. What am I supposed to do here? Rook 1b4 could be a plan. Not sure if it's a good plan, but it could be a plan. And that's all I need at this time of day. I guess he's gonna go rook b8, b4, b5, something along those lines. Goes e5, fair enough. Well, follow through with this expansion. Yep, all very logical. My rook looks a bit funny. Sorry. I swallow one of these nuts I've been eating for the last 4 hours. And I'm also being outplayed by the infamous devil. A4 was asking for it a little bit. This knight on b4 is gonna be a handful to deal with. Can't see what else to do though. Yeah, not playing well. Have to start making some very clumsy moves. Yeah, I'm in trouble. Bishop d3, many options. Or just rook b8. c5, can you do that? I guess you can even do that. Yeah. Things aren't going well. Nope. Not a very nice position. I guess I have to try to confuse things, even though it might ruin my position further. Confusion is the name of the game now. But not playing badly is the name of the game. You can have that pawn. Nothing I can do about it. And even the exchange, if you want it. But you should consider that carefully. Actually, I want it. If we're being honest, 94 I think is just a good move. But are we being honest? Does not take the bait. I don't feel like asking for it again. Yeah, I've been soundly outplayed in this game so far. Not sure if things are gonna start improving anytime soon. But what to do? Keep making random moves, the usual. Try not to lose a house in one. And all that good stuff. Knight b4 back is fine. So gotta speed up a little bit at some point in the not very distant future. Should pre-move this in case he wants to take there, which would surprise me. But you never know. Oh, I brought a spoon because I was planning to eat. Forgot to eat. Why is to eat? He did take. What did he calculate? Queen f2, rook b5 or some stuff? Probably. Going for it without blinking anyway. I don't know. Maybe it's checkmate. Maybe it's not. Very fast sequence, but how scared am I supposed to be? Probably am supposed to be reasonably scared. If I was more awake, I'd be more scared. Ah, you just want to take this bishop. That's sort of simplistic. Boy, really can't see anything. That changes things, I guess. Why am I being crushed? I don't like being crushed. Any tricks? Probably not. Doesn't look like a trick sort of position. Nah, it's just a lost sort of position. Playing too well for me. Very strange. Okay. No reason to lose on time to add to all my other troubles. Yeah, Queen f6 is winning. Any move is winning. Very hard to go wrong here. This one is probably winning as well. Yeah. Hard to make a comeback from here, really. Sort of perfect play. Nothing I can do about it. A little too strong. All right, good game, good game. Too good a game for me. Strange stuff. Let's play. Whom do we play next? Let's play Quenton Fontaine, even stronger player. Could probably lead to an even worse end. Only I go d5 here, but since I'm not only steaming, but also trying to get some fresh openings, I'll go for the Benoni, which I don't really know, in all honesty. Is this the theory line? I've seen this somewhere at least. But I don't know it. I'm an exchange down. That's bad news. I guess it's all theory. I think Paco lost the game here and wasn't very impressed with his opening play afterwards. It looks like Mr. Fontaine studied this in great detail. How do I avoid getting steamrolled in the center? That's the main question I have. Is e5 a threat already? Looks like it, right? Why do people play this line? Go here maybe? Nah, it looks bad too. Just queen f3. Yep. That's the problem, like with being ignorant, playing sharp lines I don't get against strong opponents. Normally it does not end very well for me. If you have to go here, things have gone very wrong, so I have to try this. But I don't trust it one bit. Knight d6 can I take? Now I'm confused. Maybe I'm missing something, but I thought you can't do this because of this double attack. Maybe all my whining made Quenton Fontaine lose his focus a little bit. If you go queen g3 first or whatever, I think I'm in big trouble. But who knows? Warriors are staging a comeback in the meantime, so that's good news. Third quarter is Steph Curry time. Come on, Warriors, let's do this. I don't know why I say let's. I've never been to San Francisco or Oakland or anywhere over there. Zero connection to the Warriors. But I still want them to win. Quenton Fontaine is kicking himself. What did I do to my lovely position? Why did I allow this? So now he's in trouble. Still capable of bungling this, but in general I should be winning, because it looks like I'm picking up a whole knight, if I'm not mistaken. Has to go h3, and just bishop takes d6. He's trying to muddy the waters, but should not normally work. Endgame, anybody? Give me everything, then we'll think. Oh, that's the point. Cute. Okay, should still be winning. Not sure how to do this best. Who do you want? I think I'm first. Did I blunder again? I'm really blundering every single thing one could humanly blunder. It's getting very embarrassing. Just pathetic, frankly. That's just sad. No draw. Come on. That's really pathetic. Takes. I thought bishop g8 was even stronger. Now looks like I'm getting some, whatever we want to call this, 2 against 1, which of course is a draw, but I'll keep chipping away. Then again, with g and h pawn, it's really the most drawish of all those, so not that much can go wrong for him. Still, I wouldn't have done that. But yeah, of course, it's a dead draw. You can't even take. Let's see if he takes. Nope. Doesn't trust himself with the taking. Then you shall suffer some more. Yeah, there's only so many questions you can ask in this endgame, I guess. Also, you can really just take. So what was the most promising try? he's forcing the issue. That is surprising and unnecessary. Still holds, yeah? G4 takes H3. Okay, nothing else. Oh, just King H4. This should also be a draw, but might be more tricky, maybe. Is this still a draw? I wish I knew anything. Now I should be winning. Oh, it's still a draw? So confusing. Is it a draw? Guess it's a draw. Yep, I'll be a sportsman for a change and not flag him, because that game did not deserve a winner. Good game, Quenton Fontaine. Let's play fun to play. Maybe that's gonna bring some fun back. Come on, Warriors, how are we doing? I got too caught up in the chess stuff. Oh, I'm below 2700. Pep is not gonna be happy with me. We'll pick it up though. We'll pick up the pace. And nah, that game, pointless to flag. Like in dead drawn positions, if the opponents play well normally, I don't flag. It's very strange online flagging etiquette, and people all have different opinions about it. But that one felt wrong to flag. Probably fun to play is like a Grandmaster. This is his first game. He's 1500. He's banging out some highly, deeply theoretical lines, so he's clearly not a 1500 player. And I can barely count to 3 in my state. This is the line that was made famous by that game between these dudes like Anit and Kramnik, where Anit won this position twice with the black pieces. I still think it's objectively a dubious line, but it's certainly interesting. Bishop d6, maybe that's subtleties. No, not in the mood for subtleties. Give me that pawn. G8, what F? Can't remember theory, but I knew this was heavily analyzed territory, which in the end was probably better for white, but it was like a total mess. So don't ask me why, because I don't know. Bishop c6 doesn't look like it, though. It doesn't feel right, you know? Can take here, I guess. G3 could also be a move. Let's go G3, see what happens. 95 is the move you want to blitz out, but then after knight takes d4, I couldn't see anything too bad happening to me. Warriors up 5. Okay, this is starting to look a little better. Give me that. As does this position. Yeah, now I should be close to winning. Some trickery looming, right? Can I do this? Let's see. Gimme. You know what? I don't want you to give a check. Do not check me. Looks like he's hell-bent on checking me. I don't like being checked. I like to keep y'all in check. It's very close to playing h4, which would literally be the worst move you can play in the position after queen takes g3 check. But then I managed to control myself. No endgame. Won't be fun to play. And fun to play resigns. Hope the Warriors are having fun by now as well. Well, I shall play against Eddie Newgate. I hope it's okay if I call you Eddie. Maybe it's not. Maybe I just upset Edward Newgate. Apologies. Really gotta get at least to 2700 before Pepe comes in. He's gonna make so much fun of me. Can't be mind-numbing. So OKC choking, I really didn't pay enough attention. But I think these guys are just getting tired. They're playing like at warp speed the entire first half. And they're heavily depending on two players, so it's kind of normal they collapse in the fourth quarter. I don't think it's like a big strategic thing. They are human. Who's that dude? I'm sorry, I'm watching the game. Oh, you can't spell choke without OKC. I didn't know that one though. That's clever. Suki Ray. Don't know what to do here. Rook e8. It's not the move they normally play. I'll react by randomness. Okay, but still nothing really happened in the game. Up 6. Why is Varejao playing? Like, seriously, has he ever done anything good when they put him in the game for 2 minutes? Maybe just scored a basket, but seriously, why Varejao? You have like 3 centers. I only want to see Bogut and Zelik. Like, enough with the Spades and Varejao. I understand it's a team game and you want to keep everybody engaged and all that good stuff. But if you lose that game, the season is over. So why have these dudes out there? Gimme. I will chase material gains, sacrificing my personal happiness. Story of my life, end of this game. Let's see if Edward Newgate can punish me. But seriously, no, I don't know why he gave me the b5 pawn. I believe he's in trouble now. Go rook f8. If you gotta go rook f8, it might be too late. I don't really want to exchange this knight. Yeah, I saw. Just as I insulted Varejao, he did some good stuff, so I might have to take it all back. I still don't trust the dude out there. I've seen him too much. Oh, up 13? Looks like that escalated quickly. And we see Durant playing hero ball. Offensive foul? Beautiful. Or was it? Wasn't it? Look at Varejao. Don't know why I played this move. Doesn't make a lot of sense. It just looked funny to put all my pieces there. So I'll continue doing it. Gimme. Probably not the right time to blunder a bishop. No, it wasn't an offensive foul. Looked like an offensive foul, didn't it? Maybe not. Go away. Keep going away. You can go to g5 and think that checkmate is coming. I don't think that is true. Oh, are we in time trouble? Guess it's time to speed up a little bit. Edward Newgate lost some time. Interesting game against Edward Newgate. Who else do we have? Oh boy, McCoy still awake. Yeah, 11 is still not enough. I'm with you, El Jaguar. What do we do? No, let's be aggressive. Bring the heat. Many options here. Knight a6 or queen a5 check. I'm not sure what's best, but how bad can this be? I'll try to not take all of McCoy's pieces instantly, because that normally crushes the spirit. Let's get the pieces out. Okay, I still gotta text something, just to bother you a little bit. Some questions have to be allowed. This is not an intrusive question. It's just, you know what, I'd like to take your b2 pawn. Would you give it to me? That sort of question. It's polite. Not sure if Suki Ray is talking about me or about OKC. Desperation has set in. Nah, I'm good. I haven't cared for a while. But if the Warriors lost, they would really, really annoy me. All these storylines about, yeah, continuity, keep it together, keep doing it, keep playing hero ball. It doesn't matter if you just do it for enough years, you get there eventually. Would have been unbearable. I want this b2 pawn McCoy, but I've announced my intentions in a friendly and, in my opinion, quite polite way. So you can't complain should this pawn end up on my team. Or on no team whatsoever, really. I might just take it. Sorry, mate. Queen c2 is a fair attempt to trick your way out of it, and I compliment you for it, attacking both my knights. But I hope it doesn't work. Maybe it does work. Yeah, you shouldn't have taken b2. Don't believe anything I do. Take on a4, take on e4, and stare the devil in the eyes. That makes zero sense, right? Am I the devil in that analogy? I have no idea. I want that c3 pawn as well. Once again, I'm friendlily announcing my intentionally. I didn't announce I want that knight. In fairness, I should have mentioned that. I should have brought it up while we were finally talking to each other. So, yeah, I don't know. It's something I've been carrying around with me for a while now. I let it fester. I really want to take your knight and your pawn, and your bishop. But I wasn't upfront about it, so I can't blame you for not seeing that coming. All I can do is offer my most sincere apology and take all your stuff anyway. Give me that rook too. Now let's do a little body count here. I have 2 rooks, a bishop, and a bunch of pawns. You have 1 rook, a bishop, and not so many pawns. So that bodes well for me. 11 points. Do we need Livingston in the game? Does Steph really need his 3.5 minutes at the start of the 4th quarter? I mean, you can rest. Well, probably not that long. But you can rest a bit once you get this game out of the way. You know what? Let's exchange bishops. No, I don't even want to take your stuff anymore. I'm good exchanging things. He'll even give you a check. We can exchange these bishops. No side has to lose any pawns in the transaction. You don't want to? Alright, then I would like to take your a2 or f2 pawns. Eventually probably both. But I offered a polite bishop exchange. No one has to get hurt. Sort of a banter agreement. No money changing hands. Banter agreement? Barter agreement. Yeah, Banterthon is getting to me. Once again, here's my offer. Let's exchange bishops. Your bishop for my bishop. No one has to get hurt. Said Miktal resigns. Yeah, the position wasn't very inspiring anymore. Good game, Miktal. And yeah, Miktal's improving step by step. Things are looking up. Whom do I play? The usual question. So many questions. Let's see if any new guys are coming in here. Olimat from Chile. Good old e4 to open the score. What is the score? Only 11. 11 is not enough for me to chill. 15 we're good. I'm with whomever. Yeah, of course the Warriors are going to beat Cleveland. That's why we're rooting for them. So they can destroy Cleveland. Even though it won't be easy. The Warriors haven't been that impressive. And Cleveland, you know what? I don't know. They've been sneakily bad defensively. They just overwhelmed everybody. So yeah, I think the Warriors should beat Cleveland. The problem is all these teams like Cleveland, they've been thinking the whole year about how to game plan for the Warriors. Because if you're Cleveland, you know you're going to beat Atlanta, Toronto, and those people. So they've really been planning what to do against the Warriors. The Warriors. Showing my German roots here. For ages, so I'm not that sure. But then again, you can't game plan this stuff that much. The Warriors, if Steph and Draymond are Steph and Draymond, I think the Warriors have more to work with than the Cavaliers. Kyrie Irving guarding Steph Curry in form should end pretty badly. And the Warriors don't really have any lockdown defenders. Like J.R. Smith is starting instead of this guy Shumpert, whom they don't seem to like anymore. And LeBron, he never defends anybody. Of course, he can play defense, but normally he saves himself for offense. So, not so sure he can, or he wants to do that. Whom do they have? Tristan Thompson. Yeah, right. But Draymond Green is a pretty good matchup for Mr. Tristan. Well, all these guys are sneakily bad defenders. Kevin Love, of course, is known. Kyrie Irving as well. LeBron can be a great defender, but normally he chooses not to save his energy. So I like the matchup for the Warriors, and they should normally win, but they haven't looked all that convincing through the postseason. And it's only 9 points, so this game is far from over. Maybe it's too early to offer all my expert analysis of the finals. And I also don't have a clue. I need to listen to all my podcasts tonight after the Warriors won the game. Good old True Hoop TV, Low Post, NBA Lockdown, the Ringer NBA show, BS podcast. So many things to study. Not really study. Yeah, okay, see, now that they have nothing left to lose, they can go back to playing good basketball. But once they get into get like close, like let's say 7 points, they will start panicking again, or playing hero ball, whatever you want to call it. What's going on the board? Like, I'm better, but I don't know what to do, so the usual. No, I'm not gonna do any Pepe ratatata stuff, but he's gonna be here soon. I'm wondering if he's that upbeat that early in the morning too. He probably is, actually. I'm sort of messing around. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Come on, who needs a parachute drop? Seriously. Like, what's in there? How good can it be? It's a t-shirt. Oh my god, another Golden State Warriors t-shirt. This is so exciting. When I went to that Clippers game, they had this t-shirt cannon. And they shot one t-shirt that fell like right under my seat. There was this dude who was literally willing to fight for it. Like, dude, it's a $5 t-shirt. People beat themselves up over it. This is a $5 t-shirt, so is the monkey t-shirt. It's not about the money, but still. These basketball games bring out the worst in people, especially when there's free t-shirts. I paid $800 for these seats. I might get, okay, it wasn't that violent at least. Might get a $4 t-shirt. Must have it. Willing to risk health for it. Yeah, I haven't paid attention to the game. I'm slightly better. Challenge me button is grayed out. I'm not Jan, I'm Banterthon. I'm sure you're aware of that. Everybody's Banterthon during this Blitz marathon. So challenge Banterthon. And I don't think the challenge me button should be grayed out. Alright, 7 hours in, played some horrible chess. But if the Warriors win, it's all gonna be good. Unless they decide to lose to Cleveland in the finals, when I'll be very upset that they beat OKC, because OKC would have had a bad chance. So the usual Captain Hindsight reasoning, but for now I'm rooting for the Warriors. The Warriors. Can't speak anymore. F5 has been played. Let's take this dude and put a knight here. Not exactly power play by yours truly. What is this? 7? 7 is not that much. Four? Whoa. Come on, guys. That's what I said. Once OKC is lost, they're gonna lose their tilting frequencies. Wow, that was a 6-3 by Mr. Curry. Looks like he is up for the challenge. That was beautiful, but still. What's the clock situation? I'm kind of winning on time, right? Yep. Yeah, Curry decided we're not losing. And I believe that is a sound decision. I decided I'm gonna win this game too, but I'll win it more glamorously by flagging while misplaying my once very good position. Gotta play in the style you're most comfortable with. Or by taking rooks. That one I can do as well. Sorry, Olemat. Is it Olemat? Zero Olemat? Good game. He hung in there, but the time trouble took its toll. Yeah, I've read the 538-3 thing, wherever his efficiency is down to like a normal player, which is still not bad, or still better than a normal player, but pretty bad for Steph Curry standards. No, I read all this stuff. But it won't make me any happier if the Warriors bungle this. Let's play Gobbedy. Pre-move knight c6, that's the way to handle Gobbedy, so he doesn't get any ideas. Like the famous Grandmaster is distracted watching basketball. Now, razor focus, pre-move e5. Where's Gobbedy? Is that some Harry Potter kind of thing? Sounds like Gobbedy. Gobbedy says hi. There's no such thing as Gobbedy. I just googled it. It doesn't exist. There's Gobbledy, but there's no Gobbedy. Gobbedy says, wish I could hear you make fun of me, haha. Never would I do such a thing. But I'm looking you up. There's no such thing as Gobbedy. It's Gobbledy. Give me that bishop. How's the game going? Warriors up 7. That's still... Well, they're like, statistically, they're big favorites to win here, but still not enough for comfort at all, as we've seen in the OKC home game just 2 days ago. Especially if you keep giving the ball away like that. I want to put my knight here on c6. I will openly declare my intentions. What happened? They fouled Durant, I guess. Why can't I pronounce Kevin Durant? I don't know if it's Durant or Durant or Durant. It's not Durant. But I struggle saying Durant. What's the bishop doing here? Put it there. Take the pawn and prepare queen d2, bishop h6. Doesn't have a whole lot to do on h4. Look at it. It's staring at this pawn, which is well defended. If it goes here, it's going to stare at this pawn, which is also well defended. So, not going to be able to do much. Yeah, it's best of 7. This is the final game. Winner takes it all, or winner takes on the Cavaliers. T-shirt launch. Really the biggest event in American history. All these t-shirt launches, apparently. It's not much gobbling yet. What's gobbling? Must be a Canadian thing. Guillaume d'Orange. Still doesn't explain the Gobbedy, does it? We will never find out. Pin. Let's increase the pressure a little bit. Bring the heat to Gobbedy. And just because I can, I will eat. Get up and get some stuff to eat while we're playing. I came prepared, I just forgot to eat. What ads I'm watching? It's no ads, I have my NBA League Pass and there's a t-shirt launch, Hoop Troop. I'm guessing you get some extra program on TNT or whatever. On League Pass, it's just the game, so I can see all the boring break entertainment. Ugh, this is sort of a complicated yogurt. I have to take like 5 steps to get my yogurt ready for consumption. Who's inventing those things? I'm starting to sound like Seinfeld. Who are those people that decide to put the yogurt into 5 different packages? Why not have everything in the yogurt so I can eat it? Yeah, my Seinfeld impressions are very good. And the yogurt is not even tasty. Coming for the king, Gobbedy. Oh, Mr. Jose Cuenca's up. I'm going mad here, Mr. Pepe, so come over. Also, I've played horrible chess, and not just because I got tired. I've played horrible chess throughout, like really, really bad. So apologies for that, and come to the rescue. Sorry for the loud chewing too. I have horrible Banter Blitz manners. What are you thinking about, Gobbedy? Only one legal move. Do it. Saying, let me consider my choices. There weren't that many. You know what? I'll take the bishop. Just in case. Some good yogurt. I'm coming around on this. Let's mix it all together thing. No mate yet. You're good, you're good. But I don't want to get your hopes up. The mate is coming. It's impending. Looming. Impeding, impending. I never know which one's right. What's going on? Looks like Clay Thompson. It's being Clay Thompson again. He's pretty good, that dude. H2. Suicide dude. You had to cover the G2 square. Go back to E3. Because now it is mate. Sorry, Gobbedy. Yeah, I think we're good now, Mr. Jaguar. 11 with 4:31 to go. Should be alright. Let's play Samo. What about Ben Kenobi? Another Canadian. Who doesn't love the Canadians? I've never been to Canada, but I really want to go. I only know friendly Canadians. It's a small sample size, admittedly. All I hear is good thing. Isn't it beautiful to watch Draymond Green dance? Such grace. This is whatever it's called, the semi-tarish. It's a solid line, but not such a fun line. Starting to think Ben Kenobi might not be a 1500 player. Maybe he is, but so far he's playing well. Bishop d3. I think bishop c4, rook c1 are more popular, because after bishop d3 I can start targeting the pawn instantly. No biggie. Of course. And yeah, the whole banter thingy will be in English this time around. No Spanish, no German, no nothing. We thought, let's keep it simple. Let's stick to the common tongue. Daring him to play d5. Don't know what I'm going to do after d5, but I thought I'd dare him. Good thinking, is it not? We done here? Steph got past Durant. Yeah, this is over. This has got to be over. Not the game, I'm talking about the I'm talking about the basketball. Don't know what to do in the chess. Put the bishop here. Looks a bit weird. e5, threatening bishop h7. A lot of scary things. Slogan is a bit corny. This strength in numbers, isn't it? Shouldn't it be strength in Splash Brothers? Why would you feel bad for KD? Like, he's been there for like 18 years. He still hasn't understood like things like staggering or not playing hero ball. Any of that stuff. He's become more and more rude with the media, like trying to find a way to be liked. Because at the end of the day, he's a dude that wants to be liked, like all of us. So, no, I don't feel bad for KD. Westbrook, I hear, is a pretty terrible guy with the local media at the very least. So, nah, I don't know. Never related to that team. I'm such a hater when it comes to basketball. Like, of course these guys are... Oh, blundered my bishop. See, that's what happens when you're full swing philosophizing about random basketball stuff. Okay, any hope left? Not really, right? Ben Kenobi seems like a good player too. So this is probably it. But I won't resign just because I blundered a piece while I was doing my Kevin Durant review. As long as the Warriors win, you can have as many pieces as you want. Just keep thinking. That's the important thing. In such a position, take your time. Spend a minute here calculating d5, e5, maybe h4. That's what I want to see. I'm willing to blunder more material. Like Queen c2 now. Queen c2 was stronger. I don't know, Ben Kenobi. I still feel I can win this game, believe it or not. I'm dead lost, but I think you're panicking. I think you're thinking, oh my god, I'm a piece up against the Grandmaster. I cannot bungle this. And that's what makes you bungle it. It's funny how the mind operates sometimes. See, already the trend is starting to turn. Gobbity is saying funny that you gobbled yogurt. Gobbledy I'm familiar with now, but Gobbity, 0 hits on YouTube. The Google we call it. Gobbling and goblins I've heard of, but Gobbity? I think you're missing an L. Check the spelling of your username. Need an L in there. Looks like Ben Kenobi regained his composure. But I still think I'm a favorite now. Believe it or not. No, you probably believe it. Not sure how proud I should be of that. Oh, green has 5 fouls? Who cares? 7. Oh, what? Why is it only 7? And Durant at the line? Things could still happen. They shouldn't. 6-point game, 2 minutes. Oh boy. I have to start paying attention. Sorry, Ben Kenobi. Give me that knight. Turnover, of course. Uh-oh. This could still get ugly. Sorry, now I'm properly scared, so I'm gonna have to pay some attention to that. Nervous. The good thing is we know Durant's gonna play hero ball, but sometimes he makes them. He's not terrible at basketball. My stream is slow. Yeah, maybe I'm behind. Here it says 140 left on the clock. Something slow. Internet stream. Whatever. So the stream. Watch.nba.com. Giving them money and all that stuff. Oh, Clash City Rocker's back. What's up, Clash City Rocker? Nah, today the psych profile. I'd end up straight in Arkham Asylum. But yeah, always Jordan. Our boy Open Up is joining the festivities. I'm very nervous about that game now. That'd be so insane if they bungled this. But yeah, it's not the basketball stream I'm watching, but I'm like 20-30 seconds delayed to you guys. That's probably it. I'm starting to question my watch.nba.com. There's always some delay with this thingy we're doing here. Come on. No turnover for a change. Really trying to choke. Was this jump ball or was it a foul? Probably jump ball. Oh boy. Give me that piece. Delayed basketball commentary, boys and girls. Exciting stuff. What is this? Did he call a timeout? Looks like they didn't trap the ball. Yeah, we're on the same page there, Gobbedy. I'm really just rooting for whoever can beat Cleveland. If Cleveland wins the title, my season has been ruined, no matter what. In general, I root more for the Spurs than for the Warriors, but since I'm such a hater, I spend most of my time rooting against the Clippers, against the Rockets, and against Cleveland. OKC is not quite on that list. I was sort of neutral about OKC most of the time. But I don't like their approach to the game. Because I'm such a team player, as you can see by me doing all these wonderful team shows here on Chess24. That was ironic, sarcastic. I don't know the difference between any of those things. Alright, Clash City Rockers keeps doing his profile from some site he googled. Better food. Italy, come on. Let's open up's king site. Very indecisive. But what to do here? Did I blunder rook f2? I'm playing so terribly. It really is sad. Really, really sad. Okay, now we're done. Warriors made it, but don't make me suffer like that, Golden Staters. Good old Steph. That was a nice little dance. Oh boy, what a series. Ole Matt, only has time to study one thing material book for the middle game. What would you suggest? I don't know, I've never understood this middle game thing at all. Like, I need to study the middle game. I never understood what the middle game is. Because there's many different positions. Like, my approach to it has always been to study openings more deeply, because that involves studying the middle game positions. That result. But, yeah, honestly, I don't know. But this middle game obsession always struck me as very strange. Like, I don't know what the middle game is. Like, is this the middle game? I honestly never understood it. And open up resigns. So yeah, sorry, I know that wasn't helpful at all. Anything else what I'm drinking? Well, we had this discussion before. I forget what you guys call this. Buttermilk? Buttermilk English. I think it's a more common thing in this part of the world. They say it's buttermilk, but I haven't seen it around much in the US, so I'm not sure if you really call it that. It's healthy, it's protein and all that stuff, I guess. It's not very tasty. Tastes like salt water with a bit of milk. But I'm strangely addicted to it. I'll crush Clash City Rocker. Yeah, the Warriors made it. Still not happy. That's the problem. Like, I can be unhappy if OKC wins, but how happy am I supposed to be now that the Warriors won? Very tough. I need to find a more positive attitude to stuff like that. Yeah, that game is over. Basketball game, that is. What is this? Is this all theory? I guess it's all theory. Go for this slowish plan with B3, A3, B4. Because if you start with A3, then they can go A4, and it's gonna be much harder to open the king side. Therefore, sometimes you must take one step back to take two forward. Clash City Rocker is playing all these moves quickly. Maybe he knows what he's doing. I don't fully. But how bad can it be? I want to go C5. That much I know. The game is over. Congratulations to the Golden State Warriors for making it to the NBA Finals after being down 3-1, getting crushed by the Thunder. They're back. And it looked like Curry had a good game, right? I didn't catch all that much of it. But if Curry is back on track, Thompson is clearly locked in. And Draymond doesn't kill anybody on the court. they should be able to defeat the Cavaliers. At least that's what I hope, because else my narrative collapses. Oh, there's a YouTube chat? I always ignore it. I'm hanging out in the chat on Chess24 only, so whenever I refer to the chat, I mean the Chess24 chat, not the YouTube chat. Come over, YouTube people. The party's over here. This looks like a King's Indian that has gone quite well for me, but you never know where those things go in the end. Let's update my podcast feed. I don't know, isn't it weird that we're all addicted to podcasts now? Well, no one's listened to the radio for like 30 years. It's very confusing. Nothing's ever new. YouTube is behind the Chess24 stream. That'd be odd. I'm pretty sure Chess24 is embedding the YouTube stream. So that doesn't make much sense. Well, what do I know? Stranger things have happened. Draymond's giving an interview. Clash City Rocker is hanging around. Hanging around. Play check, 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 check. Give me that. Give me all your bonds, please. Pretty, please. Check. Time to build the mating net. Not my forte. Another phrase I overuse greatly. That's a check. That's not a check. Then I will give a check. And another check. And we're done. Right, half an hour to go till the Quankmaster comes in. It would be more likely if YouTube was ahead by a second, because this is an embedded YouTube stream, so it would be very confusing if it was behind. Play Igor Cavalera, 2400, which today means certain death for me, as we've seen in pretty much all previous games. Should be drunk or stoned Banter Blitz. Yes, sleep deprived is pretty much the same thing as drunk or stoned, so we're pretty much there, and you're gonna get Pepe Cuenca at 6 a.m. That won't be much better. So this is pretty much the drunk, sleep deprived Stone show, and Igor doesn't seem to be there. So abort I shall. Let's play B-Rot. Rot? Knight C3 is not the best move, but there are a lot of people who think it's their religion. The thing is, after knight f6 you don't have a good move. e4, e5 or e4, d5. Well, if you go d4, d5, you just play inferior versions of whatever you want to play. Good night, people. Good night, Gobbedy. I'm very much looking forward to going to bed as well soon. Got a 36, 8 points, 5 rebounds, 58% from 3. Sounds pretty good. I'm gonna have to check the box score. Not 18 turnovers. That's what he does sometimes. No, never does 18. That does sound good. Let me look it up. Let's see if Ethan Sherwood Strauss published his article on ESPN already. Box score. Oh, sorry. Okay, Durant played well, yeah? 10 out of 9, 10 of 19. Westbrook, usual crappy shooting, but they tried to get the rest involved. Clay 21. I have a feeling with Clay Thompson is that he can never have 2 great games in a row. He always has one great game where he goes hot, and the next game is like meh. Oh man, really need to sleep. This is becoming a zombie apocalypse very, very quickly. You know what? I don't think Pepper's next show is set up yet. Let me do that live on air. Checkmate here, set up show here. Go. Go. Six, I don't know when it's supposed to end. I think the poor guy has a lot of hours. 2? Might be. Poor Pepper. He's tougher than me though, so he can get it done. With his sanity intact. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, I just need to set up Pepper's show before he, not necessarily before he arrives, but before the clock strikes 6. So that's what I'm doing here. Let's use some tags. Chess 24, Grandmaster. Pepe Cuenca. I don't even know his name. Pepe Cuenca, Jose Cuenca. I'll use both. Don't checkmate me. Be rot. Knight e5 was a mistake. You should have stuck with it. Go queen b4, planning to give a check on a3. Because now I can take things and you're not getting enough for it. go Betty? No, I don't think that's it. I don't think it's a Hodor situation with Gobbedy. But I could be wrong. Who knows? Playing with fire here with rook takes d6. Also, no need whatsoever. But hashtag why not, I guess. Yeah, totally insane. Just play g6 b-rot. That's the best chance. Because now I take things with check. So I would check. Warned, yeah. Let's see if Robson 0815 is still around. Well, I keep working on Mr. Pepper's show. Oh, my move. I'll go here. I'm not sure I have a teaser picture. I'll dedicate my full attention to you in 1 minute, Mr. Robson 0815. Here we go. I don't know how many games I've played in my life. I've played a lot of random Blitz games over the years. But, nah, I don't know. Probably 20,000 maybe? Honestly, don't know. Might be high. Certainly didn't get a lot smarter tonight. Maybe I did get smarter, I just didn't play better. A5 is always double-edged sword. You stop b4 for the moment, but you weaken that square. I personally am not a big fan of it. I understand a lot of very strong players do it, and there's nothing wrong with it objectively. It's just, yeah, doesn't appeal to my sense of aesthetics. Oh no, what have I done? This might be a bit of an empty move, knight b5, but I see a pawn, I just feel I have to attack it. try again. That might be a good move. Don't you hate it when they make good moves? It's committal, because this dude is hanging, but it might be good. Interesting. Robson playing well. ED. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. Guess I'll grab. Probably not the best move. Bishop h3 seems to work, and bishop, yeah, rook b8 is also working. Yep, that does attack that pawn. Can't argue about it. Am I better? Not so sure. Probably I'm not better. I'd still like to win though. So how can we arrange that? I don't know. I guess it's between me and Robson. What day is today? 31st? Sorry for the lack of focus. Really just gotta set this up. I'll be done in a minute. Okay, I think we're good. What's going on? Queen a2. Can you do? Okay, give me. You know what? Since you thought so long, I changed my mind. Run! Gimme. I'm very flexible. Between run and gimme, can do all the things. Oh, check. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Why didn't you follow through, Robson? Take the pawn at least. Like you're still in trouble, but now it's just hopeless. Okay, the time situation was bad too. Anyway, I think the next one is gonna be my last game for this night shift. Yeah, I haven't impressed. That sums it up. But thanks a lot for you guys who stuck around and kept me company, making it through the night. I'll play against Donor, 2400 player, probably wide awake, from the USA. So let's see if I can put up a fight. I'll try to play my A game. My A game tonight has not been very powerful, but I'll still try it. Let's change up this usual martial stuff and do this. Alright, scares him into d3. You know what? I'm feeling groovy. G5 might be a very bad move, but if he goes h3 so quickly, sometimes you can get away with these G5, G4 attacks in such positions. It's not exactly my style and all that, but it's also not what you want to be dealing with white at such an early juncture normally. And I think it might be playable. I guess he's gonna go bishop e3. Bishop d5. Looks like a bit of an overreaction. 95 AD, 97 d4, huh? Could ignore bishop d5 and just go bishop somewhere at d7. Because he still wants to go d4. Let's find out. Bishop c6 seems best, followed by probably knight takes d4. See if Donor comes to the same conclusion. No, he takes. Interesting. Now queen e7 or knight e7. Probably knight e7 because queen e7. Queen d1 might be not so much fun. Now my plan was to just play king f8, frankly. Now I'm starting to have some second thoughts about knight takes g5. But what's done is done. Knight g5, knight d5. And I might survive. At least it rhymes. It's probably not true. Probably I'm just getting checkmated there. But it would not be the first time today. Okay, let me try to put up a fight at least. Knight g5. I can't go hg because bishop g5 is too much to handle. Knight d5, queen h5 looks very, very unpleasant indeed. But maybe it's not hopeless. Knight f7 looks extremely unpleasant as well. But once again, maybe not hopeless. Maybe not hopeless is what I'm going for. Oh yeah. Some great chess, boys and girls. Well, come on, I should be able to win this position if I just lock in. Locked in. Locked up, they won't let me out. Knight f3 back, see? Already striking fear in his heart. I really know how it feels to be. I really can't sing. Let's not do that. Yeah, knight f7 looked a bit scarier, but I was gonna stick around. King f7, queen g7. King f7, king g7, and whatnot. And yeah, I've been lost pretty much every game, so you get used to it. This game, I don't want to lose though. I really don't want to. I don't feel like I deserve to lose this game. Very important part of the reasoning. No, I won't lose it either, but I also don't want to. To amp up the intensity so I can go to sleep with a clear conscience. And Donor resigns since I overstretched his forces over there. Exciting game. Thanks, Mr. Donor. And I believe that is my last game of the day. Thank you guys so much for keeping me company. I'm gonna go out and get myself set absolutely soaking wet. I don't even know the lyrics of Raining Man. See if Pepe Cuenca is around. Have a short strategy discussion with him. How we gonna make it through the day. Thanks a lot for watching. I'll probably, we'll do some fine tuning of the schedule, but I'll be back next night for sure from 10 p.m. Before that, don't miss this Russian dude called Peter Svidler. Gonna do a couple hours. So you're in for a treat. And sorry for... Nah, whatever. I won't apologize. I'll crush you all tomorrow night. Later.